got health care through Medicaid expansion, then went back to work, and now they're on private insurance. So those are some facts about Medicaid that you might want to brush up on. Now, I'm also extremely concerned about your endorsement of radical fringe conspiracies that, if implemented at HHS, would put American families' lives at risk. Vaccines are one of our greatest public health triumphs. And you don't need, I'm not talking about abstract medical science. One of the people who helped raise me was my grandfather, who was a pediatrician. He practiced medicine in this country from 1921 until the mid-1980s. And I heard details about the difference those vaccines made in saving lives in the children who were under his care. Vaccination has helped to eradicate many deadly diseases in the United States, including polio and smallpox, something we should be proud of as Americans. I am extremely concerned that as Secretary, you would be able to halt critical vaccine research and to exploit parents' natural worries by advising them not to vaccinate their children. This will lead to more children getting sick, and some will even die. Before the measles vaccine, about 500 American children died a year from measles. This is too much of a risk for our country, and there is no reason that any of us should believe that you have reversed the anti-vaccine views that you have promoted for 25 years. For example, you have previously falsely suggested that the polio vaccine killed many, 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 many more people than polio ever did by causing fatal cancers, while rigorous safety studies show that to be completely false. Now, let's go to something we agree upon. I am really heartened to see that one area where we agree on is on women's reproductive freedom. In your own words, it's not the government's place to tell people what to do with their bodies. You said that, correct? Yeah. Mr. Kennedy, in 2023, you came to New Hampshire and said, quote, "I'm pro-choice. I don't think the government has any business telling people what they can or cannot do with their body." So you said that, right?
Yes.
Yep. But you also said we need to trust the women to make that choice because I don't trust government to make any choices. You said that too, right?
Yes.
It is remarkable that you have such a long record of fighting for women's reproductive freedom, and really great that my Republican colleagues are so open to voting for a pro-choice HHS secretary. So, Mr. Kennedy, I'm confused. You have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell out the values you've had your whole life in order to be given power by President Trump?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right, so, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire in 2023. My question is exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
So what you're telling us, just to be clear, because my time is limited, is that regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something, you're going to do it. You said just now the discussion about mifepristone. Oh, he's asked me to study the safety of it. Here are the safety studies that tell us mifepristone is safe and effective. And I asked Mr. Chair that these about 40 studies be admitted to the record by unanimous consent.
Without objection.
So the studies are there. The safety is proved. The science is there. But what you're telling us is if President Trump orders you to take action to make it harder for women to get direly needed health care, you'll follow his order. If Mr. Trump, as he did yesterday, orders a halt on Medicaid payments that are essential for taking care of people with disabilities all around this country, you're going to follow that order because you are willing to sacrifice your values, your knowledge, if President Trump tells you to do that. That, to me, is unacceptable in a Secretary of Health and Human Services.
As I explained before, the White House has issued a statement saying that that policy will not deprive any American of benefits.
The problem is the White House issued that statement only after we pointed out the damage it would do, and it became politically uncomfortable for them. You know what else that freeze on federal funding did? It halted funds for critical research that could cure pediatric cancer. So if the president tells you to do that, you're going to stop that too. That's enough.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto is next.
Senator Cortez Mastos, now questioning
Mr. Kennedy, thank
Robert
you for
Kennedy
coming
Jr.
into my office and having the conversation that we did. I appreciate your passion and your belief, and you've spent years really talking about the issues that matter to you, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you a couple of questions, though I just need some clarification. Right now, there's a 40-year-old law that requires hospital ERs accepting payment from Medicare to actually provide emergency care to patients. So let's say a woman experiencing a life-threatening condition like a heart attack goes to the ER. As a lawyer, you would agree that that federal law protects her right to emergency care, correct?
Yes.
So now a pregnant woman with life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER. Let me rephrase that so you can hear. A pregnant woman with a life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER, and her doctor also determines that she needs an emergency abortion. But she's in a state where abortion is banned. You would agree also as an attorney that federal law protects her right to that emergency care, correct?
I don't know. I mean, the answer to that is I don't know if the state bans
Well, let me ask you this as an attorney. Doesn't federal law preempt state law?
The federal Constitution does. Sometimes not every federal law preempts state laws. It could be unconstitutional. Now, I'm not trying to be evasive,
let me
Senator.
ask you
I'm
this.
just telling you I don't know the
I
answer
appreciate
to
that.
question.
But what authority do you have over this as the director of HHS?
What authority do I have?
Yeah, to enforce the law.
In what regards?
To make sure that a hospital that receives payment from Medicare is ensuring that they're providing the necessary emergency care to patients when they present. It's actually the EMTALA law. So what authority as HHS director do you have with respect to EMTALA?
My understanding is that I have budgetary power and that it's pretty much limited to that. But if you tell me I have another authority, I don't even think that
Well, let me tell you,
we
you
have
do.
a law enforcement branch at HHS.
Actually, you do, and that's CMS. CMS actually investigates complaints of EMTALA violations, as well as the Health and Human Services Inspector General, who, by the way, was just recently fired by Donald Trump. So you will be enforcing EMTALA laws, and it's important that you understand their impact and don't play politics with the patient presenting at the ER based on a position that this administration has taken. Let me ask you another question. When we met in my office, you said about lowering drug prices, that when Big Pharma price gouges, the American people suffer. I think we both agree on that. And I think you're sincere in your belief that you want to reduce prices for Americans, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. The Inflation Reduction Act empowered Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices. It penalizes drug companies for price hikes above inflation, and it caps seniors' out-of-pocket drug costs, along with reducing insulin prices to $35 per month. But your future boss, Donald Trump, on his first day in office, revoked President Biden's executive order that actually directed the health secretary to examine ways to reduce drug prices and improve access to innovative therapies for the American people. And unfortunately, Republicans in Congress want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which means reversing all of those things that we worked on to lower prices for Americans. So my question to you is, what do you do? Why are you there? Are you there to be a rubber stamp? to this administration and cave into all of these positions that they're taking, even though you know they're in disagreement with your positions on lowering drug prices and that they could harm Americans? How do you handle that as HHS director?
Senator, my understanding is that the White House issued an executive order, I believe today, supporting the drug negotiations under the IRA. President Trump was very aggressive during his first term about negotiating drug prices. He has instructed me, and I've met with him repeatedly on as that we need lower prices than seniors in this country, and
so let me ask
others
you,
are.
Let me ask you this, because I only have so much time. So we've already negotiated lowering prices for 10 drugs with Big Pharma. And Big Pharma, by the way, opposes this. They have not only are asking for a pause, they have filed lawsuits, but we've already negotiated the first 10 drugs. And we want to expand it to the next 10 to 15 that the Biden administration has put forward. Would you agree and continue that path of really mandating that Big Pharma come to the table and negotiate drug prices for Medicare so we can lower those prices for Americans?
My understanding is that the executive order that was issued today, which I haven't seen, but I've read a summary.
Well, let me ask you this then, because you keep citing the Trump administration and you're just going to follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a rubber stamp for them in this position? So anybody, so it doesn't matter that you're before us. It could be anybody coming before us as long as they're a rubber stamp for this administration and disregarding your beliefs and what you think. I guess my question to you is, if it really is fundamental to what you believe, how do you live with that? How do you address those issues as you're moving forward, knowing that it's going to harm Americans? Yeah.
You want me to answer the question?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay. President Trump has asked me to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. And
so is that the only reason why you're at HHS? Is that the only reason why then you're at the HHS, to address that one issue?
President Trump has asked me because I'm in a unique position to end that. And that is what I'm doing. And if we don't solve that problem, Senator, all of the other disputes we have about who's paying, and whether it's insurance companies, whether it's providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients or families, all of those are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our ship is sinking. Our 60% increase in Medicaid over the past 4 years is the biggest budget line now, and it's growing faster than any other. And no other nation in the world has what we have here. No other nation has a chronic disease. We have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world. We had, during COVID, we had 16% of the COVID deaths in a country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. We had a higher death count than any country in the world. And when CDC was asked why, they said it's because Americans are the sickest people on earth. The average person who died from COVID, American, had 3.8 chronic diseases. This is an existential threat economically, to our military, to our health, to our sense of well-being. And it is a priority for President Trump. And that's why he asked me to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
Senator Barrasso.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for taking time to visit
Senator
with me
Barrasso, now
in my office
questioning
prior to today's hearing.
John F. Kennedy,
to talk about a lot
Jr.
of important issues affecting healthcare in my home
Finance
state of Wyoming, as well as the nation. And I appreciate your willingness to serve our country. During our meeting, we discussed the challenges that healthcare providers and patients are facing in rural America. Financial obstacles facing rural hospitals, workforce shortages, issues of OBGYN, and then new regulations that are painful that have come out of the Biden administration, hurting our ability to provide nursing home staffing. So let me start, if I could, with rural hospitals and the closures of hospitals like that. There are a lot of challenges facing hospitals in rural communities and frontier areas. We have 33 hospitals in Wyoming. 26 are really located in various locations, often hard to get to. Weather impacts them. 6 of the hospitals are at risk of closing. 2 are at immediate risk of closing in the next 2 years. 10 have had to cut available services. And this is a concern of rural hospitals, both Republican and Democrat states, either way, bipartisan. Critical that the workforce challenges, financial challenges that we're facing are addressed. Can you commit to working with us on a plan to address the critical nationwide issue of rural health care?
Yes, yes, Senator. And I would say that during my visits, I visited almost 60 senators so far. And the most common unifying, I would say, issue among both Democrats and Republicans, there were two. One was PBM reform, and the other is rural hospitals. And, you know, our nation made a commitment over 100 years ago to put up a hospital within 30 miles of every American. We generally succeeded in doing that. It's absolutely critical. It's life-saving. And rural hospitals are closing at an extraordinary rate right now. They not only provide important health care for the localities, but also they're economic drivers for localities all over this country. President Trump is determined to end the hemorrhage of rural hospitals, and he's asked me to do that through the use of AI, through telemedicine, which these are innovations that I saw the other day. A Cleveland clinic has developed an AI nurse that you cannot distinguish from a human being, that has diagnostics as good as any doctor. And we can provide concierge care to every American in this country, even those the remote parts of Wyoming, Montana, Alaska, etc. We also have opportunities at HRSA and at the GME to finally live up to GME's mission of providing personnel to rural hospitals. And I intend to use all of my power, because I've seen the priority that is given by both Democrats and Republicans on this committee. I intend to make that a priority if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
Well, I appreciate it, because often with financial strains on a local hospital, one of the common services to be cut in rural hospitals and maternity services. So now we have women in Wyoming having to drive over 100 miles to access care. 13 counties in Wyoming don't have access to OB. And we're talking counties larger than the states of Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, counties larger than those whole states. So will you commit to working with my office to find solutions to help address these specific maternal health challenges in rural America?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to it.
Another issue we specifically spoke about with this harmful Biden administration rule that have really been bad for our rural nursing homes. And it's a rule that would triple the registered nurse requirements in nursing homes. This is going to lead, there just aren't enough registered nurses in our state to be able to comply with this. This would lead to nursing home closures across our state. Will you commit to working with me to fix this serious problem that it was a result of a rule that came out by the Biden administration, who clearly doesn't understand rural America?
Yes, Senator, I think the rule was well-intentioned, but as you've said, and I've heard from many rural senators, it will be a disaster for their states. Some of the nursing homes, these are staffing rules that require 24-hour staffing by medical professionals. Some of the nursing homes in rural areas simply do not have the available personnel or the economics to be able to do that. It will mean the closure of nursing homes in rural areas across our country, which means the parents, the elderly parent, will be moved a great distance from the local community and their family. And we know that the single greatest driver of high-quality nursing home care is the involvement, the proximity of family members. When you move that nursing facility away from the community where the kids live, you're going to get much worse care. So the intention, although it was noble, was in reality, for rural areas at least, it is going to be a disaster.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Johnson.
All right, we're now going to hear the questioning. Senator Johnson, Senate Finance Committee. We have the Robert Kennedy Jr. is under question.
A clean environment, for children's health. I can't say as I'm surprised by the hostility on the other side. I'm highly disappointed in it. I don't know if you remember when you called me up and you were contemplating setting your political differences aside, joining forces with President Trump on an area of agreement, addressing chronic illness, trying to find the root cause of all these problems facing this nation. My first response was, Bobby, this is an answer to my prayers. We need to get to the answers of this, but even more, we need to heal and unify this divided nation. I'm not necessarily the most optimistic guy because we've got enormous challenges facing this nation, but I thought, wow, here's somebody from the left, somebody I don't agree with on many issues politically, coming together with President Trump and focusing on an area of agreement, something that the American people desperately want. Finding out the answers. What has caused autism? What is causing chronic illness? Ms. Kennedy, I think I've come to know what's in your heart. I think I know the personal and political price you've paid for this decision. I want to say publicly, I thank you for that. I truly appreciate what you're doing here. Can't we come together as a nation and do this? Can we do? Aren't you getting tired of this? I'm getting tired of this. So again, Mr. Kennedy, I need to enter in the record. These are just 11 letters of support signed by 63,000 people, thousands of doctors. From the American Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, Independent Medical Alliance, the North Carolina Physicians and Freedom Group, Governor Jeff Landry from Louisiana. These are Americans, nonpartisan. A lot of these people, I know because I've advocated with you. A lot of them are Democrats. They put their political differences aside. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this in the record.
Without objection.
I also do want to, Mr. Kennedy, as long as I have you here, I've written over 70 oversight letters to the federal health agencies under the Biden administration. I've virtually gotten squat out of them, okay? What I get is we get, for example, 50 pages of Anthony Fauci's emails redacted. Oh, by the way, the latest one was 17 pages. Instead of issuing a health alert on the myocarditis they knew was impacting young men early in 2021, instead of issuing an alert on the Health Alert Network, they developed 17 pages of talking points. This was given to the public under a FOIA request. They had to go to court. They've got a new way of redacting. They don't black things out. They just give you white pages, so you don't even know what they have redacted. So again, I've issued a subpoena now to cover the information I've requested in 70 oversight letters. My question to you is, as Secretary of HHS, will you honor these requests from Congress, and will you make HHS transparent?
Yeah, my approach to HHS, as I said before, Senator, is radical transparency. Democrats and Republicans ought to be able to come in and get information that was generated at taxpayer expense, that is owned by the American taxpayer. They shouldn't get redacted documents. Public health agencies should be transparent. And if we want Americans to restore trust in the public health agencies, we need transparency. I want to say something about what you first said. When I launched my campaign, it was about uniting Americans, Democrats and Republicans. There's no issue that should unite us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids. 66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing these explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all of these things that are related to toxics in the environment? Why can't we just agree with each other to put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this? I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I have because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies. I know a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do because I'm not scared of vested interest. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this because we're going to fix it. And the other thing is we are attracting now a caliber of people to HHS like never before in history. And they're entrepreneurs, they're disruptors, they're innovators of immense talent that are walking away, many of them from growing concerns. They're not coming there for position. They're coming there because they want to save our country. And they're from across the political spectrum. And all these Democrats are opposed to me for partisan issues. They used to be my friends, agreed with me on all the environmental issues that I've been working on for my whole career. Now they're against me because anything that President Trump does, any decision he makes, has to be lampooned, derided, discredited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator
Mr.
Warren now
Kennedy,
speaking at the hearing for Robert Kennedy Jr.
And that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You've said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not
what?
going to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm happy to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this question.
I don't think any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Let's keep going. You're right because to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our #1 health officer is to help them and not to make money for yourself in the future. So I want to talk more about money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Baum. You go online, you do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Baum to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill. I put together that case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're a secretary and for 4 years after. It's just...
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
No, I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm not going to agree to that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation even if there is no causal evidence. You could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm, and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS, and I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as Secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
No. Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Before we go to Senator Tillis, I think it would be important for me to make it very clear that Mr. Kennedy has gone through the same Office of Government Ethics process as every single other nominee in the Finance Committee this year and in previous administrations. In addition to listing his assets, including the items that you've identified, he has signed an ethics letter that has been reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics concerning any possible conflict in light of its functions and the nominee's proposed duties. And we have a letter from the Office of Government Ethics that he hasn't complied completely with all applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest.
Mr. Chairman, point of information here. Have we had a single nominee come through who's made $2.5 million off suing one of the entities that it would be regulating and plans to keep getting a take of every lawsuit in the future? Have we had that before?
I haven't reviewed the past documentation of every other nominee's financial interests, and so no. But I know that every single time we get a nominee, their financial interests are attacked. That's why we have the Office of Government Ethics. That's why they've reviewed everything that's in his record, and that's why he has even, I think, and I don't know that I want to ask him to get into it, but he has listed his assets and has gone through a discussion of the responsibilities under our ethics laws and is complied with all of those requirements. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, how's your morning going?
So far, so good.
Good.
Senator Tom Tillis,
you
Republican
came
from
prepared.
North
I'm glad that
Carolina,
you did.
talking with RFK Jr. on the Senate Finance Committee live on
I
Bloomberg.
believe addressed to my satisfaction a question about Title X and the president's priority with respect to Planned Parenthood. Can you just affirm that you are 100% behind the president's policy on Title X and the implementation?
I'm 100% behind it. Senator.
Thank you. You know, it's amazing to me that people, well, first off, you need to understand I was in a judiciary hearing this morning. It's very clear to me that some of these nominations are going to be shirts and skins. So no matter what you answer in the affirmative, they're going to ask you one more question so that you won't be able to answer in the affirmative. That's just the way the game gets played when we have nominees like yourself. So I think you're handling yourself well. I got a real quick question for you. Are you a conspiracy theorist?
That is a pejorative, Senator, that's applied to me, mainly to keep me from asking difficult questions of powerful interests. I was told that I was a conspiracy theorist. That label was applied to me because I said that the vaccines, the COVID vaccine, didn't prevent transmission and it wouldn't prevent infection, when the government was telling people, Americans, that it would. I was saying that because I was looking at the monkey studies in May of 2020. I was called a conspiracy. Now everybody admits it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said red dye caused cancer. And now FDA has acknowledged that and banned it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said fluoride lowered IQ. Last week, JAMA published a meta-review of 87 studies saying that there's a direct inverse correlation between IQ loss.
All right, so I'm going to assume
I could go on for about a week.
Is there any one of them that you can say, you got me? That really was a conspiracy theory? Or are you in a position to submit for the record? I think it'd just be helpful for every one of these narratives for you to submit that maybe for the record. You said something about SNAP lunch. I was in the State House in North Carolina before I came here, and anytime I'd go visit an elementary school, the first thing I would do is go to the trash cans in the cafeteria. And what we have now are kids that are not eating the food because the dictates of the federal government have made it something that they don't want. But they say, well, it's a healthy alternative. It has processed materials in it, and it's not particularly attractive to them. So they throw it away. Trash cans full of food that these kids didn't eat. So then what do? They go eat snacks, or they go eat or they drink a sugared drink. The SNAP program, everything you've said about the SNAP program, I agree with. I think that we should be very, very strict about that, and it's going to make some people uncomfortable in the food manufacturing segment, produce healthy foods that we can put in the SNAP program. That's the way to address it. But we also need to look at the school health program. I was PTA president 21, 22 years ago at my daughter's high school, and I feel like we've got these kids that need help. We've got to guide them through a process. Many of them are probably on Medicaid, and Medicaid's failing them. Everybody here says Medicaid is sacrosanct. Nobody's admitted that Medicaid is not producing positive health outcomes. Is that your problem with Medicaid right now? The program or the outcomes?
Is the outcomes. We're spending $900 billion, and our people are getting sicker every single year.
Yeah, so anybody
and President Trump wants people to have it, Americans to have high-quality insurance.
Anybody who's building a case for the status quo of Medicaid is by extension saying that they're happy with the outcomes. I think it's unacceptable. I do have a question for you on Project Warp Speed. We supported the CARES Act. We had 97 people in the U.S. Senate vote for it. Everybody here. There's only one member of Congress that voted against it, I believe. And Project Warp Speed had CDC, FDA, NIH, and BARDA very much in the mix. Now, some people think that you're going to come in here and insert yourself into those agencies in a way that's never been done before. Let's say that they're a part of a future Project Warp Speed. Is it your intent to go in and do something that's never been done before, based on my staff's research, and insert yourself in a discussion that the scientists are dealing with in those different agencies?
No, Senator. What I want to do is, I'm not a scientist. I want to empower scientists. I want to make sure that science is unobstructed by vested or economic interests.
That's good.
I got bad culture, and I'll just say about Operation Warp Speed, it was an extraordinary accomplishment, demonstration of leadership by President Trump. When he promoted Operation Warp Speed, he was looking at all of the different remedies, including vaccines,
therapeutics, everything.
Therapeutic, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, famotidine, even chlorine dioxide. And he was not looking at shutting down our country for the year, forcing people to wear masks for a year, forcing all social distancing that did not have any scientific basis, which Dr. Fauci has now acknowledged. He said we took it out of thin air. But all of those changed during the Biden administration. And it became very narrowly focused. We ended up with the highest death count of any country in the world.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one final question, and I think it's a one-word answer. I've heard a lot of people complaining about health care delivery, Medicaid. On the other side of the dais here, who's been responsible for health care policies over the last 4 years?
The Biden administration.
I mean, the president, the Biden. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to have heard more of those in oversight hearings over the last 4 years. I haven't, but I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that you're inheriting a problem that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thanks for being with us. I very much like the slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again. And I strongly agree with that effort. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured.
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders
of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6, 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm going to suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion, while at the same time, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes? No?
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Health care a human right. Is health care a human right?
In the way that free speech is a human right, yeah. I would say it's different because with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. And so are you guaranteed the same right, or is there also a duty?
I'm sorry, I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right. Every other country on earth says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right, you've talked about the drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug companies making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages, we in some cases pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce which says that in America we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes, no?
To equalize it?
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
President Trump has asked me, in fact, I had a meeting with President Trump a week ago where we showed him the charts.
He knows the charts.
We're paying 10 times more from Europe.
That's right. And are you going to commit to us that you will end that absurdity?
I think in principle we can. We should end that disparity.
Good. Okay. That's great. All right. I happen to believe that climate change is real, it's an existential threat, and it is a healthcare issue. Donald Trump thinks that it is a hoax originating in China. Question is, in your judgment, is climate change a hoax or is it real, causing devastating problems?
President Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
Right, you believe that, you disagree with Trump, you don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to make
just ask you that, Mr. Kennedy, not a trick question.
I answered your question, Senator Sanders.
Okay, you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay. I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question that abortion is a divisive issue in this country. I would say a majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority who are pro-life. A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump asked you to become HHS secretary. Tell me why you think people should have confidence in your consistency and in your word when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time.
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But you told the people of New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question here because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you're trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unvaxxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with leadership.
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines.
Right.
I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for being with us today. And I have no doubt that you will be
Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican from Tennessee, now questioning testimony with RFK Jr. in the Senate
for the
Finance Committee.
people of this country. And I do have several issues I wanted to talk with you about, and didn't have time to cover them all when we met prior to the meeting, but rural health care is very important to me and the people of Tennessee. 78 of our 95 counties are rural counties. Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital closures. So we have focused on access in rural areas. And my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages And also, Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities. So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children. And $90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not just over-medicating our children, we're over-medicating our entire population. Half the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Ghosh found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country after heart attacks and cancers. Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives. We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lujan.
What? No. You're next. I'm next.
Excuse me, just I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations.
Maria Cantwell, the
on your
Democrat
nomination,
from
Mr.
Washington
Kennedy.
State now,
I've been
questioning
absent
RFK
only
Jr.
because
This is
I've been
live on
in
Bloomberg.
another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state. And innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation like NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH or giving the fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response by the University of Washington that really helped save lives. So I just want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views?
Senator, I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine, in gold standard science. When I said, and I've explained this before you came in, that 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is 92%, accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now,
the money is going to infectious disease.
But I get your point. It's an interesting point. The problem is we had to respond, and it's actually the Gates Foundation and a flu cohort that figured out what was wrong, and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case. And so we had to build a very fast response. So I take this too. The University of Washington has conducted groundbreaking stem cell research on fetal tissue. To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making regenerative heart tissue now at the University of Washington. So yes or no, do you commit to protecting stem cell research for scientific agencies if confirmed?
I will protect stem cell research. Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's done.
My job is, Senator, to enforce the laws.
Okay, so I want to move to PBMs because PBMs are driving up drug prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration is get a handle on everything that is driving up prices and lower them. The report found that PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the price, not reimburse pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
Well, I think one of the really notable achievements of this panel was the PBM legislation that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well, actually one only, but of the 60-odd senators that I talked to, all of them talked about PBMs and how important it was, and President Trump, during his first administration, pushed through a law pushed a law to give transparency to PBMs. It got overruled during the Biden administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify. You believe that we should pass these laws that now have been proposed in the Senate?
I haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need to get rid of all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
Okay, somebody suggested, though, that you thought you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation. So I am trying to distinguish between these people who basically are doing illegal activities and ripping off. Really, they're creating pharmacy deserts in my state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have to legislate in this area.
Again, I'm not being evasive. I just don't know exactly what the law says. I met with the PBMs. I met with pharma. My job is to meet with all the stakeholders. I've been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years. People I was suing, you want to hear from the other side.
Well,
that doesn't mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket.
I think
I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump wants to get the excess profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, to high-quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and get us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you. And let me just tell you the list as we have to move forward to the ending here. Senator Lujan will be next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch.
And let me say again, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second round, and I think it would be important to offer, say, a modest amount of additional time to get into this on both sides. I know I have some questions. I want my colleagues to have the opportunity to raise their concerns as well.
This is Ranking Member Ron
Well,
Wyden.
as I have indicated to you, Senator Wyden, I'm not going to do a second round. I have been very generous with the senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And I will give you a second, as is our practice between the two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues.
Okay, you are welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On to Ben Lujan. This
Mr.
is
Kennedy,
the senator from New
when
Mexico,
we met, you
Democrat.
stated to me
live
that
on
it
Bloomberg.
is not your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
It's about 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage? Is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many babies born in this country are covered through Medicaid?
I would guess, I don't know the answer, I would guess about 30 million.
I have it, Mr. Kennedy. About 41% or 1.4 million babies births are financed by Medicaid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. Yes or no, do you believe that Medicaid is a critical program?
I believe that Medicaid is a critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me to make it work better, that most Americans are not happy with it, that the premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, and everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to the
Kennedy,
insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a second round of questions, I ask for your indulgence to be able to get through them yes or no. In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured state by state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction getting care, 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus. Not to pick on any one of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions. 83% are satisfied getting care. 85% are satisfied getting specialized care. 82% getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP?
President Trump has not told me that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to make it better.
Do you support cutting, yes or no? Let me ask you this way, since it's only about President Trump.
I support making it better, Senator.
If President Trump asked you to cut Medicaid, will you do it?
Oh, it's not up to me to cut Medicaid. It would be up to Congress. And
you don't
I'm going to work. I'm going to work.
Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on. Do you know how many states will end? Mr. Chairman, if I may pause my time. So I understand that people are getting asked to leave if they stand up with signs, but there's a lot of other as well, Mr. Chairman. So it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said, we should respect each other when we have a difference of opinion. We're just trying to do our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing with Mr. Kennedy, folks. So
Senator Lujan, you are right, and I ask the audience to please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many states will end their Medicaid expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
Well, there's 40 states that have signed on to the expansion. So,
it's a smaller number. So it's 9 states would quickly have to end their expansion because of the laws that they have. That's about 4 million folks across the country. And in New Mexico, Iowa, and Idaho, they have triggers that it would immediately have to go into effect if, in fact, that gets cut. The reason I'm asking those questions is there's been a lot of chatter and conversations around Medicaid. Now, I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in America. But Medicaid has been shown to improve health outcomes, including mortality, quality of life, and access to preventative care as well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I touched on specific to Native American communities. One of the concerns that I have are these programs matter to folks. You shared your passion about caring for folks. I believed that passion. My question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research and they're going to check to see if medicine works on someone, if they're not included in that trial, it often doesn't help them. That's what all the evidence shows. So what are you going to do when programs are eliminated to require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials when it comes to life-saving medicine?
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that there's Native Americans in clinical trials. As I said to you when I visited your office, I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. My family's been deeply involved with them. My father and uncle were big critics of the Indian Health Service, a failure to deliver good health results or health care on the reservations. I'm going to bring a Native in for the first time in history into my central office, that all the major decisions in my office will be that he will have it. We've already interviewed a candidate, a very, very good candidate, will have direct impact on all the major offices. One of my priorities is to improve.
I appreciate that. I have a follow-up in that space specifically. Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increase clinical trial diversity?
Just repeat that again. I'm sorry.
Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increasing clinical trial diversity?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Will you commit to reinstating all of the pages that were eliminated and people that were fired from this administration that have this responsibility?
I cannot commit to that because I don't know who they are.
Well, there's
I'll
some
commit
folks
to
out there doing the
working
work.
with you to make sure
Kennedy,
those positions are adequately staffed.
I will follow up in writing in those specific areas because I think there's some commonality here, but answers matter. And so I'd like to get those as timely as possible. The last thing, Mr. Chairman, that I'll say is one of the conversations I had last before this hearing was with a family that I've been working with to work with my Republican colleagues when it comes to autism and federal programs and making a difference in these families' lives and this little girl's life. What I'm asking now, Mr. Chairman, is unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Autism Speaks titled, quote, "Do Vaccines Cause Autism?" End quote. And I'll note that the first sentence states, quote, "Vaccines do not cause autism," end quote. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for a quick restroom break. We will take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5 or 6 senators who must wait a few minutes, but we will have a quick break. We will be back as soon as we can.
It's live coverage on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, and YouTube of the Senate confirmation hearing of RFK Jr., of course, Donald Trump's pick to be the next Secretary of Health and Human Services. To be clear, this is the first of 2 days. There'll be a second round tomorrow before a different committee in the Senate. We are going to have a bit of a break here, of course, and we'll resume once the lawmakers come back. Mike Crapo, the chairman there, making it clear that they need about 5 minutes, and that's what happens after a couple of hours. They've been running for about 2.5 hours now, in fact, since the start of this hearing in the Senate. Some pretty tough questioning, beginning with the ranking member himself, Ron Wyden. Of course, all of this we kind of saw coming when it comes to RFK Jr.'s previous comments, prolific comments, in fact, about vaccines and the use of certain dyes in foods when it comes to reproductive rights. All of these have been part of the conversation. To be clear, though, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying today, quote, "I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine," unquote. That may sound elementary, but something that many lawmakers were looking to hear. He pledged to scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply, remove financial conflicts of interest from agencies, and made clear that he does not want to take food away from anybody. He actually referred to his new boss, or I guess prospective boss, President Donald Trump, saying he will not take cheeseburgers away or Diet Cokes knowing that his boss likes them so much. He simply wants people to know what is in them. He referred to Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, said people don't like it. People like private insurance. And of course, we know that a majority of adults find the policy favorable, pointing to on the terminal 64% supporting in January of 2025. This month, tracking poll firm, the health research firm KFF. Again, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is, I guess we could call a special edition of Balance of Power. We're doing things a little bit differently today as we cover the hearing, and in our second hour, bring you special coverage of the Fed meeting today in Washington. Let's put all of it together right now and get an update on the markets for you. Charlie Pell, of course, has that covered for us at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie?
And good day, Joe Matthew. Lots going on, lots of moving parts to this market. You mentioned the Fed meeting coming up in 1 hour, 20 minutes from now. That's when we get the decision. 2:30 Wall Street time, Jay Powell's news conference. We will have it in its entirety on Bloomberg Radio. Right now, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all trading lower. Busy day for earnings. After the bell, a trio of tech heavyweights kicking off the mega cap earnings season, only days after DeepSeek rattled markets. So here's where we stand. S&P down 18, a drop right now of just about 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 14, little changed on the Dow, while NASDAQ is down 113 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a drop right now of just about 0.6%. The 10-year, 4.55%. The 2-year, 4.21%. Spot gold down $11 the ounce, down 0.4%. 27.52 where we stand on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude 72.67 a barrel, down now by 1.4%. Wall Street is counting down to today's Federal Reserve rate decision. Here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Inflation remains an issue, and White House tariffs could put a dent in the Fed's efforts to contain America's cost of living. Fed officials are forecast to hold the benchmark U.S. interest rate in place following 3 rate cuts late last year. Inflation is running above the Fed's target, though it's way down from its 9% peak. The White House could press the Fed for more rate cuts. The Fed, of course, is independent. Vinny Dell, Judice, Bloomberg Radio.
And again, complete coverage on Bloomberg Radio. You know the drill well, 2 o'clock Wall Street time when we get the decision, 2:30 p.m. when Jay Powell talks. The S&P lower ahead of results out of Meta Platforms, Microsoft and Tesla. Meta right now up by just about 0.2%. Tesla, though, down 1.7%, and Microsoft down 0.7%. Bankrupt Spirit Airlines has rejected a new acquisition offer from the parent of Frontier Airlines, but says it does remain open to a long-discussed combination of the budget carriers. Today, we do have shares of Frontier. They're up 6.2%. JetBlue, which tried to acquire Spirit Airlines, right now we got JetBlue down 2.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much as we keep an eye and an ear on 2 important confirmation hearings happening in tandem today in Washington. If you've been with us last couple hours here on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube, we've, of course, had wall-to-wall coverage of RFK Jr. That it was before the Senate Finance Committee. They are in a quick break right now before they move to wrap up questioning with a couple of senators left. This has been going on for about 2.5 hours before they decided to take a break. But we want to bring you into another hearing room right now. As I mentioned, there are several happening this week, 2 today. The Senate Commerce Committee is hearing from Howard Lutnick, of course, President Trump's pick to run the Commerce Department. Let's dip into the room and bring you there live right now on Bloomberg.
Deposits of minerals, oil and gas, resources that we barely touched. I don't know how much you've thought about it, but I'd be interested in just your thoughts on how you can leverage your position at Commerce and, of course, know itself to expand undersea mining and resource extraction for the benefit of our economy.
It is important for American national security that the key rare earths and minerals we create ourselves. Fortunately, we have the greatest land in the world, and under our seas is the rest of whatever we don't have on land. We need to harvest it, we need to understand it, and we need to take care of America. We can. And that by the end of the Trump administration, we need to understand and protect care of ourselves, protect ourselves and take care of ourselves. It is vital.
Great. You're going to do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Mr. Lennick, thank you so much for being with us today. Appreciated the conversation in our office as well.
It's Democratic Senator Ben Lujan, who made his way across the hall to this hearing now with Howard Lutnick live
for your
on
entire
Bloomberg.
hearing. I was over in the finance.
The key is you're supposed to invite me to New Mexico, okay? This is the key.
I appreciate that. Now, Mr. Lennick, yes or no, do you believe that reaching truly universal access to high-speed internet across the country is an important and possible goal to achieve?
Sounds like a great goal.
Yes or no, do you believe it's important that high-speed internet is available at every school in America?
Sounds very important to do.
Do you believe that it can be done?
I do. We're the greatest country on earth. How could we not be able to do it?
Will you commit to investing in infrastructure to get it done?
With all the tools I have available to me, I will do my best to try to get that done. That sounds like an excellent set of goals.
If you're asked to cut that program by the President of the United States,
I work for him.
Is your response that if the President asks you to cut broadband infrastructure funding, that you will do that? Is that what I just heard?
Again, I work for the President of the United States, and I'm here to execute his policies. I think he agrees that broadband internet to America is important, efficiently and effectively delivered. I think he, in my conversations with him, he thinks that's important. Wasted money and abuse of our resources has got to end, but I think we can achieve your goals, and I think he agrees with me that he will allow me to achieve the goals that you've just suggested, which I agree with.
I do not disagree that there should be efficiency and that we should stand up to fraud. My question to you is, if President Trump asks you to cut infrastructure funding as passed by this Congress in a bipartisan way to build out internet to every school, as we both agreed was an important issue, will you oppose that?
I work for the president.
Is that an answer saying, yes, then you will cut it, if asked by the President of the United States? It's a simple thing, sir. You've been in the boardroom a lot of times, Mr. Lutnick. I'm not going back and forth with you. We have 5 minutes here. I'll ask you in writing. We'll keep going. It's not about trying to evade this. It's just a simple question. If you work for the president and you're saying he gives you an order, you're going to do it. Is that the case if you're told to cut the infrastructure money as passed by this Congress when it comes to broadband? Yes or no?
I will get with the lawyers of commerce and I will do it correctly. But I believe my objective is to give you the benefit of the bargain. That is my objective. I have said that before. That means you have appropriated it, and my objective is to execute what has been appropriated. That is my objective. If the president has other objectives, I will sit down and talk with him about it. But my objectives, as I sit here today, are to execute and give you the benefit of the bargain of that which you have appropriated.
Mr. Lutnick, I'll slow down. If the president asks you to cut an infrastructure program, will you cut the program?
I work for him. I'll say it again and again and again. I work for the
Mr. Lutnick, are you not going to answer that question?
I'm trying to answer the question.
Yes or no?
Yes, I work for the President of the United States.
I appreciate you being cute with this, sir. It's not cute.
I'm not trying to be cute at all.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond. It's not cute to the American people that don't have access to these programs when they're being promised that AI is going to get tutoring to every student, Mr. Lutnick. It's not going to happen if people don't have connectivity. Mr. Kennedy was in the other room saying that every person in America is going to get the access of some AI doctor to help cure the cancers that they've got or whatever other critical illness they have. It's not cute. This is serious business. We're talking about carrying these programs out for the country. I understand you're a very successful person. We're asking very simple questions. We had an incredible conversation in the office. Incredible conversation. A very respectful one. This is not that. I just don't understand.
Actually, I don't understand.
I'm not asking for a response, Mr. Lutnick. I am not.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one of the areas that we agree is that we should work on a bipartisan basis to get these things done. I have a reputation of being a bipartisan member in this office, of working with my colleagues. I've supported several of these nominees. I came into this hearing with an open mind. Maybe I'm the only Democrat that's going to say no right now. This is ridiculous. We have a responsibility to communicate to each other for the people that we work for. It's not just that you work for Donald Trump, sir. You work for the American people if you get this position. You told me that in my office. It's for the American people to bring the genius that you have brought to your success, to deliver the grand bargain, to get things done. That's the conversation we had. I'm beside myself with this little exchange. I truly am. I'm just surprised. Mr. Chairman, I've gone over my time. I yield back. Disappointing.
Thank you, Senator Lujan. I would note for the record, having participated in dozens and dozens of confirmation hearings, I do not recall a single cabinet nominee for Barack Obama testifying that he would defy an order from Barack Obama. I do not recall a single cabinet nominee for Joe Biden testifying that he would defy a cabinet order from President Joe Biden. And it's unsurprising that President Trump's cabinet nominees are not interested in testifying that they intend to defy orders from President Trump.
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with that, but if the answer is no, then the answer is no. I apologize for interrupting the ranking member.
No, I think the chairman's moving on. I'll wait till the second round to ask this larger illumination of this problem. Yeah.
Senator Curtis.
Well, that took a different turn.
This is Senator John Curtis, now Republican from Utah, questioning Howard Lutnick and his confirmation hearing in the U.S. Senate.
And now we're down to 3. And the vice president rarely speaks in innuendos, but I think if you go back to his introduction when he pointed out this side of the room was where he sat, he was trying to imply the best minds in the committee are over here on this side. So I'm just going to touch on this previous question for half a second. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but you and I talked about this in my office because of the geography in Utah. So let me try to reframe a little bit what I think I heard from you in the office. Is it fair to assume you would like every student in America to have the resources they need to be successful in school?
Of course.
Is it at all possible that Congress didn't get it perfectly right when we set standards for how we were going to get to those students? And is it fair to say what you're really after is the best way to get that to them, regardless if Congress got it right or not?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Let me move on for just a minute. We've talked about tech hubs, and I'm sure all members would feel this way, but they're not here to defend themselves. We have the best tech hub in Utah, Silicon Slopes. It's this crazy bed of innovation, of entrepreneurship, and risk-taking, and bright, sharp minds. And we've talked a little bit about these tech hubs and the support that they receive from the federal government. And I've heard you a couple times say you agree that we need to figure out how to support those from the government. So I want to double down that that's important to Utah. But I would tell you if they were here today, they would say, you know, it's killing us. It's regulation and it's taxation. Can you talk for just a minute about how we not only support them with government problems, but we kind of stay out of their way and let them be successful?
I agree that it is a broad set of regulations that are holding back America. We need to unleash American ingenuity, get out of the way, and let Americans be the most extraordinary people, which they are. And so I completely agree with you that a lesser regulatory environment will unleash America, and we will be much, much better off with less of a hand on our head holding us down and more arms carrying us up. I think that is fundamental and important, and I think you're going to get that with the Trump administration.
Thank you. And on your state tours, please put Utah on there. You and I will go to Silicon Slopes and have this conversation.
Sounds fun to me.
I've got a whole lot more to cover. I'm just going to kind of go quickly. We've talked a lot about this Chinese model that's been developed for artificial intelligence, and supposedly it's been done cheaper and better than the United States. Color me skeptical.
Well, it's easy to be cheaper if you steal it.
Right. And so my question is, like, how do we finally get to accountability for this? Because I want a really productive relationship with China, but as long as there's no accountability, we can't have that. How do you, in your role, how do we get to accountability on this? And then second, can we acknowledge this is TikTok on steroids, right? If we're worried about the influence of the CCP on America with TikTok, this is on steroids. Can you just address both of those quickly?
I think the first answer is reciprocity with China. How you treat us is how you should expect to be treated by us. I think we have let them off the hook for far too long. They treat us horrifically in China, and yet we let them ride roughshod over us here. That needs to end. I think the term reciprocity, which sounds fair, would show that they are treating us horribly. So that's the first step, I think, a good word for this administration to repeat endlessly. Reciprocity. Treat others the way they treat us.
It was earlier that mentioned the Artificial Intelligence Safety Institute that's underneath you, and if that needs a new life or new legs, I'd love to work with the Senate and yourself to give you the tools that you need to do exactly that. Finally, when you were in my office, we talked about tariffs, and just want to double down on a couple of points we talked about that day. They are disproportionately hard on small business, and we talked about perhaps longer runways for small business and things like that, and just want to see if you have any thoughts that have matured on that, and how do we do the goals the president have with tariffs, but also kind of watch out for our small businesses?
Well, you laid that out when we talked in your office, and I'll make sure that that is a key part of our studies, that we think about small businesses and the importers of those small businesses and how best to find our way to be acceptable to them in the model.
Good. And just for those that weren't
Howard
in that
Lutnick,
meeting,
President Trump's pick to run the Commerce Department
for
in his
small
confirmation hearing before the
businesses,
Commerce
because it's harder for them to
Committee
do
in the Senate, Senate
look
Commerce
forward to
Committee.
the
John
discussions
Curtis, the
on that.
senator
And
from
finally,
Utah,
just on
Republican in
tariffs, before I
questioning
run out of
there
time, I'll just
with
comment.
Howard
We don't have
Lutnick.
time for your
I'm Joe
response,
Matthew in Washington. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. As we bring you to hour two now, we'll distill what we heard in these confirmation hearings, primarily with RFK Jr. We have live coverage for you. Of course, RFK Jr. speaking to the Senate Finance Committee today in special Fed coverage, only a half hour away. Stay with us. We have a lot to cover right here on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
And we count down to the Fed. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. A little faster than usual today as we balance our focus from Capitol Hill, where confirmation hearings are underway today, with, of course, the Federal Reserve, where policymakers are preparing to announce a decision on interest rates. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Kaylee, we've got a lot to cover here as we lead our way up to special coverage to the Federal Reserve decision, just about a half hour away.
Yeah, remember, that Fed decision comes at 2 p.m. Eastern time, and guess who's going to be counter-programming monetary policymakers? That would be President of the United States, Donald Trump, who intends to sign the Laken-Riley Act at the White House at that very same time. Right. I do wonder if a reporter is going to be able to sneak a question to him about his thoughts on the Fed's decision, which, as we all know, is expected to be a hold on rates, not a hike.
That's true.
And not a cut, even though Donald Trump would prefer rates go down at this time.
Even said that he believed the Fed would take his advice on this in his news conference a couple of days ago in the Oval Office. Jay Powell, of course, planning to maintain independence, and I suspect that'll be a big part of the conversation when we get into the news conference. We'll bring that to you as well.
Absolutely. We do, I just want to mention, have a bit of breaking news crossing the terminal from the Washington Post regarding that freeze on federal grants and aid that, of course, was first sent out with a memo earlier this week, was blocked last night by a judge, and now the White House, according to the Washington Post, has rescinded that freeze for now, but this is obviously something that's going to be playing out in the courts.
You're ping-ponging between episodes of Balance of Power. That court ruling came down right at the top of our program yesterday, and here we go again.
Indeed. And here we go again with another Fed day for financial markets. So before we go any further, let's check in with Charlie Pellet on the trade ahead of the decision in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Lots of moving parts to this market today. 59 minutes to go until that Fed decision drops. 2 o'clock Wall Street time. And yes, we got Jay Powell's news conference, 2:30 Wall Street time on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Right to the numbers. Lots going on with the S&P down 29 now, 6,037. Just about the lows of the day, down now by 0.5%. The Dow down 86, down 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 177 now. We've got NASDAQ down by 0.9%. The 10-year 4.54%. The 2-year 4.21%. Spot gold down $12 the ounce, down 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.8%, 72.43 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin up 2%, 102,309 now on a Bitcoin. S&P 500 index lower ahead of results out of Meta Platforms, Microsoft, and Tesla. Right now, all three are lower. Microsoft down 1.1%, Tesla down 2.7%, Meta Platforms down 0.4%. Those reports, by the way, highly anticipated due to the recent emergence of DeepSeek, the Chinese AI company that has caught up with American tech giants at a lower cost, putting pressure on the latter to justify their AI spending. So again, ahead of the Fed, ahead of earnings, right now the S&P down 38, down 0.6%, the 10-year 4.54%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. And we have some more breaking news from Washington now. According to sources familiar that Bloomberg has spoken with, officials in the Trump administration are discussing tightening curbs on NVIDIA's sales in China. This is according to people familiar who say that this is still in the early stages, but focus potentially, Joe, on expanding restrictions to cover NVIDIA's H20 chips, which could be used to develop and run artificial intelligence software and services, raising the question of to what extent this may be because of the concern that emerged around DeepSeek and its ability to use perhaps older chips, get around export controls in order to develop this technology. And NVIDIA, we should note, session lows right now, down about 6% after, of course, the precipitous drop Monday and then a little bit of a rebound yesterday.
This is the question we were asking throughout the day yesterday. Should these curbs be expanded, knowing that this Operation DeepSeek got its hands on older NVIDIA chips and managed to catch up, albeit with some reporting that could have included theft with some of the hyperscalers here. But this is very much the conversation that we expected here, to see NVIDIA down again today, now almost 7%, Kaylee. back to the lows of the session is probably discouraging for a lot of investors, and it'll move the broad market here as we watch this story evolve in real time.
Yeah, and we saw this story getting mentioned in your hearing today, a confirmation hearing for Howard Lutnick before the Senate Commerce Committee, talking about DeepSeek, but also talking about export controls and tariffs with China specifically, all of these stories kind of bleeding together in some way.
That's true. One of two hearings we were following today, confirmation hearings for Donald Trump's selections to fill out the cabinet. The president, of course, choosing Howard Lutnick for Commerce and also RFK Jr. for Health and Human Services. RFK Jr. trying to get to some of the criticism that he anticipated in answering questions when it comes to food, for instance. By the way, he said he supports the polio vaccine, supports other vaccine, measles, yes, and he said he does not want to take people's food away from them. Cue the Big Macs. Here's what he said.
I don't want to take food away from anybody. If you like a cheeseburger, a McDonald's cheeseburger, a Diet Coke, which my boss loves, and you should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health.
As we distill what we heard from RFK Jr. and, of course, the senators on the Finance Committee, we welcome Lisa Jarvis to the program, columnist for Bloomberg Opinion, covering biotech, healthcare, the pharma industry, everything that we've been talking about, and clearly a skeptic. Lisa, welcome back. The headline on your column today says it all. RFK Jr. is changing his tune. Don't fall for it. He did speak in softer tones, if you will, about vaccines, but of course many of the Democratic senators primarily were replaying comments that he had made in podcasts. There's a long list of comments that he's made about vaccine policy. Are you looking at this any differently now that you've heard him speak?
You know, thank you for having me. I'm not. I think what he was doing today was trying to take a strategy that he's taken in the past by positioning himself as not being anti-vaccine, but pro-vaccine safety. You heard him say this: I support vaccines. The only thing I want is good science. What he's trying to do here is suggest that the science that exists on our vaccines isn't sound, when in fact it is. It's a strategy that sounds really reasonable and I think can persuade people, but allows him to talk about this as if he's not trying to take anything away or couldn't have a deleterious effect on public health. So it didn't change my mind. We'll see what it does with senators. I think that he didn't do a great job with trying to convince anyone that those weren't his views.
Well, when he says things like, I'm not trying to take anything away, can you just speak to us, Lisa, about the actual power he would have, if confirmed to be HHS secretary, to take things away? Or are we just talking about recommendations changing, for example, not actually the inability to access these vaccines?
Right. Well, actually, changing the recommendations would put these vaccines out of reach for folks. So as head of HHS, he would be responsible for picking the makeup for a committee. And it gets kind of wonky here. And this is where the public might not see that he is actually sort of crafting policy around vaccines behind the scenes, but he's responsible for the makeup of a committee that just makes the recommendations for what vaccines we take, who should take them, how often we take them. And so that committee got mentioned just sort of in the background a few times today, but right before we came on the air, he mentioned it himself and talked about how 90% of the people on that committee had conflict of interest, and so he wants to get that out. To me, that says that he may change the makeup of that committee. The reason that matters is because that committee's recommendations shape actually how vaccines are covered by insurers. It also can embolden states to pass laws that make it easier for parents to, for example, get an exemption from childhood vaccines. All of that is coming at a time when we're already seeing a drop off in childhood vaccination rates and increasing levels of hesitancy in the U.S.
Yet, Lisa, we keep hearing he likely has the votes. This likely will be the next health secretary. So doesn't it come down to what Donald Trump wants? We heard this repeatedly from RFK Jr. and from Howard Lutnick today. I serve at the pleasure of the president. Does Donald Trump want to question Operation Warp Speed, some of the vaccines that emerged from his own administration? Does he want to stop eating Big Macs, for instance? Aren't these the questions that we should be asking?
No, and I agree with you. And there are a few moments in today's hearing that raised alarm bells for me. And not to shift topics, but, a lot of the questions had to do with abortion access and the abortion pill mifepristone, which has been, of course, a point of contention ever since Roe fell. And, one thing that concerned me was that RFK repeatedly said that he was just asked by Trump. Trump hadn't decided his position on mifepristone, but he asked RFK to review the science. So we know he's going to be using the same kind of lens and analytical mind that has given him the wrong conclusion on vaccines and applying that to things like mifepristone. So that's worrisome to me.
Well, we've already seen the mifepristone question in the courts as well, Lisa. To what extent could litigation act as a check on some things that the Trump administration, through HHS and presumably a Secretary Kennedy, would try to do?
Well, I think one thing that he could do that, I think the courts would not be a check on is that, he would, of course, would oversee FDA. FDA has rolled back some of the restrictions on access to mifepristone. I think appropriately, the science shows that it's safe to do so. A lot of the questioning today was around reintroducing those same restrictions. That would essentially cut off telehealth access to mifepristone. That has been an important way that women in states with bans have been able to get the drug, whether within their own state or by traveling to another state just over the border. So that would be a real problem. It could prevent access to women who live in states where abortion is legal. So I think there are ways that could really inhibit access to abortion. It would be, sort of like using FDA to kind of prevent access to everyone, not just people who live in states with bans.
Just quickly, Lisa, while you're with us, there seems to be this take in Washington and among many Democrats of, well, we don't like this vaccine stuff, but hey, if he gets the food dyes out of the junk cereal, maybe that's a good thing that he can bring to the table. Do you expect that will happen as he discuss scrutinizing the chemical additives in our food supply? What will he do with them?
I mean, I love the idea of making America healthy again if we were doing it in a way that makes sense. I think what concerns me is his ability to analyze what the actual root cause of the problem is. He mentioned in the hearing today that, chronic diseases and that, no one is working on them in the government. All you need to do is look at the NIH budget to see that that's a intense area of research in clinical investigation. So, I think it's a point of common ground, but senators should be asking themselves whether he has the right strategies to actually improve our health. And I worry that he does not.
All right, Lisa Jarvis, great to have you today. She's Bloomberg opinion columnist covering biotech, healthcare, and the pharmaceutical industry, joining us here on Balance of Power. Thank you so much. Of course, those hearings, confirmation hearings on Capitol Hill, one story we've been following today that has been evolving as we speak. And we have some evolution in another story we've been following this week, Joe, which is the attempt, at least, to freeze federal loans and grants by the Office of Management and Budget. It was blocked by a judge last night, that news breaking just before you went to air in the late edition of Balance of Power. And now, according to the Washington Post, the White House has rescinded that initial order.
Yeah, which is interesting. If you listen to the White House press briefing yesterday and then the clarifications that followed from the likes of Stephen Miller, they were calling it a media hoax, that it was being framed in that regard, unable to answer some questions about programs that would be affected. Now the whole thing is being rescinded, so we have a lot of questions at this hour.
Yeah, so let's see if we can pose some of them to Bloomberg's Mike Dorning, who is now joining us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Mike, obviously this has been incredibly fast-moving. There was a lot of uproar on Capitol Hill about whether or not the move the White House was trying to make was actually legal, considering we're talking here about funds that were appropriated by Congress. If the order is rescinded, does this end there?
It maybe ends this chapter. It just all feels like the Muslim ban that came out quickly when Trump came into office, and then they kind of did something different that was a little bit more tailored. This OMB order that came out last night, I was talking to people who administer the food stamp program, and they were that morning, and they're like, well, we can't tell you whether our stuff is frozen or not. Yeah. So this caused a lot of chaos because it hadn't sort of run the gamut. It might be they've rescinded it because they're really not going to do it, or it might be they've rescinded this order and gonna take the chaos that this caused into consideration and do a new order that's a little more clear and a little more targeted.
Either way, this is apparently what was needed to light the fires for Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
Jeffries calling an emergency caucus meeting at this hour to start drafting plans here, a three-pronged strategy to fight back. It's time, I guess, to lock arms here for Democrats. How do they answer it?
Well, I mean, they're just rallying their troops. There's really not that much they can do unless they get some Republicans to go along with them. But they can mobilize public opinion. They can mobilize important political actors. Now, what was happening yesterday is there's all sorts of critical services, school lunches. You know, I talked with people who administered the school lunches around the country, the School Nutrition Association, and they were saying, we don't know whether we're going to get the reimbursements that we get. So what do you do with your school lunch program? It hit so many different segments of society that then they can now mobilize them. Also, obviously, President Trump and others noticed, so they're probably tacking one way or the other.
So that's the Democrat side. I am also struck by the fact that Republicans don't seem to be too bothered by Donald Trump kind of stepping on the power of the purse, if you will, and their congressional authority to appropriate funds, knowing that an appropriations battle is looming. They have to figure out how to fund the government by mid-March. They have to figure out a budget reconciliation package. What does this portend about the way in which they will just be going along with whatever, in terms of government spending, Donald Trump would like to see?
So there have been, in the way most Republicans responded to this was sort of saying, just, you know, if Trump does it, it's a good idea. They were not pushing back at all. And in fact, some people who did push back slightly on the Republican side got their knuckles rapped by the White House. That said, I'm not sure that it's really going to cure these internal divisions within the Republican Party when it comes to spending and what they want out of the tax package. It's quite likely in the end they will come together on that, but there's going to be a lot more twists and turns. And there are people on the Republican side who are hardcore about wanting a lot of spending cuts, and there are other people from other districts that are hardcore about not wanting too many important services to get touched too much. And those are inherent conflicts, and it will take a while to overcome them. In this Republican retreat, it didn't look like they got that far on that.
Or anywhere, according to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Did you see this?
She's on it. I saw her tweet.
After 2 days at our House Republican winter retreat, she writes, we still do not have a plan on budget reconciliation, and our speaker and his team have not offered one. She says that's not even a 1 or 2 bill framework, even though Donald Trump literally told us here he doesn't care. So is it not Mike Johnson's job now to answer with the plan?
Mike Johnson has to come up with something, but remember, Mike Johnson did have a plan. It was 1 bill, and John Thune had a plan. It's 2 bills.
We're going to arm wrestle this out?
So the House and the Senate have different views on this. You know, there is a party leader that sort of outranks the two of them, and he didn't want to take a side on this. I think that Mike Johnson is especially careful about not alienating too many Republicans because his position is so tenuous that he's got to just wait and work it out slowly.
That 1 vote margin is a killer.
Yeah, no doubt. Marjorie Taylor Greene writes, just get started doing something, which might hit home for a lot of lawmakers in Washington right now. Mike Dorning, thank you so much. Reporting for Bloomberg on our political team here in Washington, D.C. Kaylee, it's almost time to get to special coverage ahead of this Federal Reserve meeting.
Yeah, we'll have more with Betsy Stevenson just ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Sources tell Bloomberg Trump administration officials are exploring additional curbs on the sale of NVIDIA chips to China. Those sources are emphasizing that conversations are in very early stages as the new team works through policy priorities. NVIDIA shares right now down 6.3%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ off session lows, but still very much in the red. We've got the S&P on this Fed Wednesday down 33. A drop now of 0.5%. Dow Industrials lower by 73, down 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 186, down 0.9%. 10-year yield 4.54%, with the 2-year 4.21%. Gold down $11 the ounce, down 0.4%. Bitcoin up by 1.9%. S&P lower ahead of earnings out of Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla. Right now, Meta Platforms down 0.2%. Tesla down 2.5%. Microsoft down by 1.2%. And bankrupt Spirit Airlines has rejected a new acquisition offer from the parent of Frontier Airlines, but says it remains open to a long-discussed combination of the budget carriers. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York with a look at where things stand ahead of the Fed's rate decision coming just over 30 minutes from now. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we're also wondering how policy is going to impact the Fed's thinking going forward. As they're expected to hold rates today, the question's going to be, when do they talk about cutting again, with the threat of, say, potential tariffs looming? And I would note that it's not the only central bank that had to make a choice today. The Bank of Canada today cut rates, then didn't give any forward guidance, with policymakers specifically citing the threat of tariffs on Canada that Donald Trump has threatened to put into place as soon as Saturday.
We got that. That's right. A little deadline coming up on the 1st of February. We'll see if we learn more about that. Some folks don't think we will, that the whole point is to keep them a threat as opposed to implementing these tariffs. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. And about, well, a little more than 5 minutes from now, we'll start our special coverage of today's Fed announcement. It'll be followed by the news conference that could be a real act for Jay Powell, knowing that Donald Trump, to your point earlier, will be counter-programming with a bill signing in which he will surely be talking about Fed independence, interest rates, and so forth. I wonder what Betsy Stevenson thinks about it. As we walk up to our special coverage, we're joined now by the professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan, former member of the Council of Economic Advisors. She's been there, former chief economist, Department of Labor. Betsy, it's great to have you. It's pretty hard to find an economist who can make the argument for an interest rate cut today, but does Jay Powell need to do that for Donald Trump?
Oh, no. Today is not a good day to cut rates. He basically doesn't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of uncertainty.
Does he need to explain that, though, to Donald Trump?
You know, the good news for Jay Powell is he doesn't actually need to get President Trump's approval. That's actually a really important part of maintaining stable prices and a low inflation and maximum employment, is that we have an independent central bank. And one of the things the independent central bank is supposed to do is keep the economy operating sort of right at potential. When the federal government is making a lot of radical decisions, it could end up spiking inflation or causing a recession. I think that there's a lot of uncertainty right now. You know, a lot of the cuts that President Trump is attempting to make, those could be weakening the economy, which would be a reason to cut rates. But then at the same time, some of our latest measures have been that consumers' inflation expectations are really stuck above 3%. And the Fed's got to hold strong until it can bring inflation expectations back down, you know, to their target. So I think if I'm them, I think today is not a day where they have enough information to make a decision to change course.
Well, today is the day we heard from the Commerce Secretary nominee Howard Lutnick in his confirmation hearing, Betsy. And when he was asked about the potential inflationary impact of tariffs, he said it was nonsense that tariffs cause inflation, and pointed to India and China, saying they have lots of tariffs, but no inflation. Where is he wrong? And would the chairman of the Fed agree with him?
Oh, what a great economics teaching moment. It's the difference between thinking about an ongoing rate of inflation and sort of a one-time increase in prices. So he is right that if we have tariffs, we will not have high inflation forever. We will just have high inflation as we transition to our new higher price level. And then once we get there, it shouldn't cause inflation to keep going up and up and up. So, you know, if all prices tomorrow go up by 10%, we'll have inflation of 10%, but then it could stop. And then that's just our new price level. Inflation could fall back down to zero. So he's right to say that what a tariff will do is cause us to have a surge of inflation. Prices will go up. And now we're just living in our new world with high prices and high tariffs. That's not going to cause ongoing inflation. So the question will be, how do we manage that transition period with inflation? What could cause ongoing inflation is if people's inflation expectations start to expect higher inflation because of this one-time increase. So, you know, this is basically what happened in 2022, where we had supply chain problems led prices to go up. People started to get pretty upset about that. We saw it having to reverberate throughout the economy, and it took us a little while to get prices back down. That's basically what would happen with tariffs. We could expect a similar process. We'd see inflation go up. We would see it reverberate, you know, trickle through the whole economy. We'd see the Fed take action to try to calm down those price increases down, and then we'd sort of settle into our new normal. So I think the little bit of truth there is that we won't get inflation forever if we have high tariffs, but if he increases tariffs, we will have inflationary pressure that the Fed will have to fight.
Okay, unless we complicate this further, Betsy, with incremental, phased-in tariffs, hold the threat, start small, threaten to go big. You said the Fed won't have enough information today. That means it never gets enough information in that world, right?
Well, that actually might be like the sort of world's worst policy, because what he's doing is people are all expecting sort of prices to go higher tomorrow. And if you're expecting prices to go higher tomorrow, the right thing to do is to try to buy more today. And so that fuels demand today, which causes inflation even if there's no tariffs. It's just the very expectation of tariffs coming down the pipe can cause you to want to buy more. Let's say people think that tariffs are coming on cars, and cars are going to be 10% more expensive in a year. Well, that's going to mean if you were thinking about buying a car in a year, you might want to buy it today instead. But as soon as we see a big surge in demand for cars today, that's going to start to put upward pressure on cars. And we're going to see those price increases happening even earlier. And so that incremental aspect doesn't solve any problems. And in fact, it might even make those problems worse. What we, sort of has to happen is to try to convince people that there won't be ongoing price increases, so that people can expect inflation to go back to where it's been. I think the challenge for the Trump administration is that before he even threatened price increases through high tariffs, people's inflation expectations remained somewhat elevated due to everything that happened during the pandemic. So people are on guard for inflation, and they are going to react to it quite quickly. And that is that self-fulfilling prophecy where the expectation of inflation causes inflation.
All right, Betsy, great to have you on this Fed Day. And as always, Betsy Stevenson, professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan. We appreciate your time. And of course, we're covering just one aspect of the way in which Trump administration policy will have to potentially influence the decision-making of the Federal Reserve, knowing they have to keep in mind both inflation and the labor market. There's also massive questions around what the deportation effort already underway will do to labor in the U.S.
Unquantifiable right now. Betsy, never one to mince words.
No.
Fascinating conversation as we set up for our special coverage. I wonder how many questions in this news conference today will include the name Trump?
Probably a lot.
All of them?
How many times will he have to say we focus on monetary policy, not fiscal policy?
We'll
do some
distill
weaving and
all of this.
dodging.
Michael McKee's going to be with us on the late edition
Yes.
of Balance of Power, right? He's in Washington, of course. He'll be the one posing the questions as we'll be watching and listening live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Straight ahead, a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides. Stay with us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Live from New York City for our audience worldwide, Bloomberg's The Fed Decide starts right now.
This is a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides.
The first Fed decision of 2025. That decision is just 27 minutes away. 30 minutes after that, a news conference with Chairman Powell alongside Lisa Abramowitz and Tom Keene. I'm Jonathan Farrow, live on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. Skip and pause seems to be the debate right now. No one thinks this Federal Reserve does anything in about 28 minutes' time.
And they'll try to say even less. The most controversial part might be about quantitative tightening, which tells you exactly where we are. Big question will be the political element of this, and Kathy Jones, who's coming up, is really highlighting how that really will be the fireworks. The response from President Trump and how Jay Powell tries to get ahead of it.
TK, are we expecting the live blog to come from the White House a little bit later on this
Well, it's coming out here on the video, 20 minutes ago, and maybe we'll see more from the White House. But when is it that this president demands lower rates? Do we see that within the hour, or does it take a week or two? I'm not sure.
March 19th is the decision after this decision.
Yeah.
That's where things get harder, because at the next decision, you get some forecasts. And it seemed like they found it tricky to put out some forecasts back in December, didn't it?
Especially at a time where there's a lot of debate, even among Fed members, about whether tariffs are inflationary, whether they're disinflationary, how much you have to even take them into account. You have the likes of Chris Waller, who might be or might not be a candidate to replace Jay Powell when his term is up, to become Fed chair, coming out and saying essentially this doesn't really interrupt the disinflationary process. Are there people who disagree, and does that disagreement have to be reflected?
It's an economic debate, but on this, the Fed decides. It's about the political Fed here as well. It'll be fascinating in the press conference today.
Let's kick it off with the equity market this afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. Equity market on the S&P 500 looks like this. We're positive by 0.4%, or rather negative by 0.4%. Off the lows, though, bit of a shaky 30 minutes or so. Some headlines coming out about restrictions around NVIDIA. NVIDIA initially dropping and staying near the lows. We're down by about 5 or 6%. That's part of the story. Go into this news conference a little bit later this afternoon.
The restrictions that might be inevitable as the U.S. looks to chip dominance as a national security issue. This is Howard Lutnick coming out and basically accusing DeepSeek of stealing some of the U.S.'s technology due to NVIDIA's chips that were sent over there, saying he favors substantially tighter regulations.
We got an overlay of the tech earnings today. I'm not going to make small of Microsoft and Facebook this weekend.
Meanwhile, coming up, aside from earnings, J.P. Morgan's Bob Michael is going to be joining us leading up to the decision, including Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab and Bank of America's Aditya Bahave. They'll be taking us right up there. We're going to get the decision. We'll get immediate reaction from former Fed Vice Chair Richard Clarida, along with Diane Swank of KPMG and Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti. And then we're going to listen to the press conference, and we're going to listen to the hemming and the hawing in response to all sorts of politics. Chair Powell will be speaking, and then we will be speaking with Stephanie Roth of Wolfe Research and BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg. The goal, evidently, is to be boring. We're going to hope that it is maybe a bit more interesting.
Let's see how boring this thing is. Joining us now is Mohammed Al-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge. Never boring. Mohammed, just want to confirm that this is Jets green and not Eagles green. I know you wanted me to confirm that for our audience, so I'm doing that right now. Jets green and not Eagles green. Mohammed, you wrote for Bloomberg Opinion this week. The Fed will duck and weave, but not for long. Mohammed, when do things get harder?
They got harder in March. They get harder for two reasons. I think the politics will heat up. And then, as you said, John, they're going to have to publish forecasts for the economy, forecasts for rates. So the hope is that this, in fact, is a boring meeting. It's not guaranteed because of the press conference, but that is their hope. And then come March, they have a consequential get-together at that stage.
Mohammed, I love your take on this because you say that there is a liability in taking this reprieve from the controversy and just offering no guidance, that a guidance-free Fed is one that can come across as stop and go and rudderless. Do you think that the market could be responding or is already responding to that, even if the Fed achieves boringness?
So I think the market has responded to one thing and is yet to respond to a second thing. It has responded to a overly reactive Fed that became excessively data dependent after its mistake of 2021. If you think about it, we've had very little strategic guidance from the Fed since then. And the result of that has been significant volatility in the bond market. The Fed became a fuel for volatility, a source of volatility rather than a counter to volatility. The second thing I don't think the market quite realizes is we are slipping back to the 1970s stop-go monetary policy.
Interesting.
There's a reason why it was discredited in the 70s. And if you continue with stop-go, you will harm the economy. So there's two very distinct issues that are coming together. And that's why what happens after this meeting is going to be important.
I totally agree with that, Mohammed. The idea of after the meeting and onto the dot plots. Ben Steele and Elizabeth Harding at the Council on Foreign Relations published today in Barron's a blistering critique. They dragged Torsten Slok into it from Apollo on forward guidance. What is our world like if we get rid of the dot plot?
So I think the dot plot is excessive and forward guidance, and it's not real forward guidance because the Fed chair is at pain at saying this is the individual projections. They could do a Bank of England, much more meaningful forward guidance is where you get the guidance of the staff, and that has a way of anchoring. Right now, the dispersion in dots, Tom, as you know, is huge. If you look at the terminal point, it's incredible how much the Fed officials differ. So we've lost credible forward guidance in the U.S. And I think if we were able to go back, we wouldn't do the dot plots. I think that was a step too far in transparency.
Mohammed, one thing you've said repeatedly is that this Federal Reserve has failed to take a strategic view, that they continue to be too data dependent, hypersensitive to incoming information. There's another wrinkle now. Some officials in the Federal Reserve are anticipating policy changes. How much weight do you think they're putting on one versus the other?
So it depends which policymaker you're talking about. And that's a problem for the marketplace, is that there are different degrees to which they are willing to incorporate what they think is going to happen. And you're talking about energy, regulation, trade, immigration. You're talking about some key areas that impact the economy. And of course, fiscal, we must not forget fiscal. These are the big five. And then even those who incorporate their view have increasingly, we're starting to see among some, John, a political sensitivity that wasn't there before.
That was delicate. Are you saying that one of the members might be considering a potential seat at the head of the table come 2026?
I say we're seeing very surprising changes in the way certain policymakers are assessing data and looking forward.
What is the unexpected forward? Let's go to Mohammed Alarian game theory. Everybody's complacent now. We've all got a theme. I put out today, maybe it's a snooze fest today, and we'll be surprised in the press conference. What's the unknown for you right now?
The Fed being forced to hike. And if we get some hot data prints, and if the Fed still truly is committed to 2%, then it will have no choice but to hike. And that will cause significant market volatility and significant political volatility. So, if you ask me what is one of the things that really would make this market very, very volatile, it is the recognition that a hike may be in our future. I don't think it is. But that's, to answer your question, that's what we'll do it, Tom.
Mohammed, how confident are you that the next move is a cut and not a hike?
It's more likely to be a cut than a hike. But it wouldn't surprise me if the Fed is tempted to stay on hold until the summer.
Interesting. Mohammed, thank you, sir. TK let you off the hook there. I saw us going towards Governor Waller and his recent comments, and we're out of time now. Mohammed, also Queen's College, Cambridge green too. Mohammed Al-Arian from Queen's College, Cambridge. Just to get that in.
Is it Celtic green too as they play
I'm not sure it's
Aston Villa
Celtic
today?
green. I'm not sure it is. We can double check.
Celtic?
There's a little bit
Not
more.
Celtic.
Yeah, Celtic.
Maybe it's Notre
Not
Dame.
Celtic. Hikes versus cuts.
Yeah, well,
That conversation's changed quickly.
it has. At the same time, you get 3 people in a room, you get 4 decisions on exactly how
That's
the
the
potential
key point. Right there.
risk is. And so ultimately, this is my key question. We've been asking, are tariffs inflationary? And people say, look back to 2017, 2018, they weren't that inflationary. Is this time a different regime in terms of where inflation is now?
Diane Swarnick was brilliant today off of Jason Furman at Harvard, and it's just simple. There's a whole theory out there off the 1930s that they would be disinflationary or outright deflationary. No one's anticipating that.
Diane joins us a little bit later, Tom, in about 30 minutes' time, so look out for that. We're counting it down to a Federal Reserve decision. That drops in about 18 minutes' time. Then 30 minutes after that, we'll get a news conference with Chairman Powell, the first one of 2025. Coming up next, we'll catch up with JP Morgan's Bob Michael, Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab, and Bank of America's Aditya Bave. Live from New York, this is Bloomberg.
U.S. tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Prudential's reputation as an insurance giant is rock solid, but it's not resting on tradition. CFO Janella Frias is playing a key role as the company resets its strategic priorities.
We've been on a journey to be higher growth, more nimble, and more capital efficient.
Watch Chief Future Officer Wednesday on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on Balance of Power.
Does Trump coin,
show, by the way.
Melania coin, help to delegitimize serious crypto coins?
Look, meme coins, they have another handle for them, another 4-letter word.
Can't say it on the air.
All these meme coins really undermine what is digital properties that can make a huge difference over the long term. But people buy it.
Yeah.
People are interested in it. And I wasn't into Beanie Babies, but perhaps this is digital Beanie Babies.
Don't miss Balance of Power, live every weekday.
What is your typical day as a governor?
The Naval Academy is down the street from here, so I work out with them every morning.
So you keep up with them?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. There is no way, as an Army guy, there's no way I'm letting the Navy smoke me. No way.
I'm not expecting much from this meeting.
They're going to stay on hold.
They'll hold, and then President Trump will disparage them.
I expect to learn nothing from this press conference.
It's Chair Powell's express goal heading into this meeting to say as little as possible.
He'd love to make it just as boring as he can.
We think it's skip, not pause.
Skip is the right way to think about it.
The Fed might actually be on hold for the foreseeable future. It's going to be a year where the Fed can, reduce interest rates twice, maybe once, maybe twice.
What we think is likely to happen is 2 cuts.
The Fed is sitting on a perfect Goldilocks moment, and it's probably not going to last.
There's so much uncertainty.
The Fed's kind of in a bind because they don't really know what the administration's going to roll out.
The Fed Reserve wants to wait and see.
Sit back and wait.
It's going to be a long road ahead.
Who said you're going to learn nothing? Who put that in there? It's this box office stuff. Kicks off in about 15 minutes' time.
You're doing a great job. This is really impressive.
It's a big decision. Then a huge news conference with Chairman Powell later on.
Huge.
So big, 30 minutes into this, we'll be turning on the football and doing a 2-screen situation.
You're going to open it up early so you can see the people in their uniforms parading down the
Tom's
field.
ready to watch Man City Club Bruges.
Remember when you and I were put in a tag team timeout chair because one of us said it was a snooze fest?
That was the ECB.
Yeah.
We upset some people.
And I said this morning, morning.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for a surprise here because no one's expecting anything, as we just heard from Greg Peters and others.
I will just say that if the Fed heard you say it was a snooze fest, they would feel flattered because that is exactly what they're looking for.
That's the objective. Equity markets right now look like this on the S&P 500, negative by 0.5%, down by 0.6 on the NASDAQ. Just check out the bond market briefly, the 2-year, 10-year, and 30-year. The 2-year opened the last time the Fed met back on December 18th at 424, and we are there right now at about 422. Similar move on the 10-year, really, Lisa. Lots of volatility in between meetings, but the last time the Fed met, we closed that day at just above 450, and we're just above 450 right now.
What's interesting is how much of this is driven by people less worried about the deficit, by some sort of policy shift versus NVIDIA, and what happened with DeepSeek on Monday, and the idea that there was sort of a flight to quality that led to a big rally in the bond market. Did this give some breathing space on some level to the Federal Reserve heading into this meeting?
Bob Michael at JP Morgan Asset Management joins us around the table. Bob, good afternoon. It's good to see you.
Happy to be here.
How would you characterize things right now? Pause or skip?
Feels like they're definitely going to pause. They haven't set us up for anything other than that. And see how good we are in the bond market. We read what they said last quarter, and we kept yields almost exactly where they were for a couple months.
All right, come on, give me a break. We saw a lot of volatility.
I'm trying to liven things up.
Yeah, really, is that the way that we're livening things up? I mean, there's a real question here about whether, as you just heard Mohamed El-Erian talk about, the volatility that we have seen in between now and then, it might not be that obvious, is it really demonstrates how the Fed is losing control over rates, over the message, and there are other factors at play that are going to kind of force their hand.
I think there's a lot of money sloshing around in the system. We're going back to a business as usual environment that existed pre-financial crisis, where there's a demand for capital, there's a cost for capital, there's a productive use for it, and market participants will move rates around according to that. I think that's what we're seeing, and that's what we have to get used to.
Off the core equation, there's net exports, and everybody can guess what they're going to be, but maybe more than any other time, Bob Michael, what you're hearing and interpreting from Bruce Kasman, Michael Feroli, and others in JP Morgan Economics, what are they saying about the shock of this sustained growth that we've received? Does it continue, or do we ebb away?
We look for pretty steady growth. We're looking for 2.8% in the fourth quarter. Next year, we're looking for low to mid 2%. We're looking for inflation to come down around the Fed's 2% target. We're looking for unemployment to hang around in the low fours, call it 4.25% on average. That's a pretty good environment. The Fed has done a good job guiding us to this point, and we think there will be some capacity for them to come back in and cut rates.
Is that a good environment for bonds?
It's an awesome environment for bonds, and that's what we saw Monday. It's what we've been waiting for. You don't have a bond market that's yielding zero. You've got some yield in the market. It can be that anchor in the storm. It can be that flight to quality, that safe haven. We see investors in every channel of investor coming to us looking to get into the bond market. They can get out of cash at 4.25%, go into an aggregate bond fund at over 5%. You throw a little alpha on that, you're closer to 6%.
So what do you say to people who might be worried about things like some of the policy proposals, whether tariffs are inflationary, whether the immigration restrictions will lead to a sort of supply-demand imbalance that causes wages to rise? How do you tell them, you know what, we're not getting any more rate hikes, and actually the Fed's going to cut at least once, if not twice, if not more, for the remainder of this year?
Because interestingly, this time you have two Feds. You've got the Fed that's watching full employment and inflation and constantly looking at those things, and you have an administration that's looking at exactly those two things. They've promised jobs and full employment, and they've promised stable prices. And I think you'll see that balance in policies. And I think tariffs are a two-edged sword. It is true there is that initial ratchet up in prices, but that ratchet up in prices will also dampen demand. And I think it's the same thing with immigration policy. Yes, you may lose some of that supply of a lower cost workforce, but also that workforce is a consumer and is consuming, so you'll lose some of that. I think we have to be more open to it could be balanced.
Hey, Bob, I just want to clarify, Eagles green for the man.
Absolutely, go Birds.
I don't know what you might have heard earlier, but Eagles green, clearly.
It was garbled.
So if the Irish show up up its Irish green for the next guest?
Yes. And then if the Scots, if one half of Scotland turns up, it's Celtic's green.
Yeah, it's Mets green.
Right. Yeah, obviously it's all the above.
The green of your
They have the
choice.
green. Do they?
No, absolutely not.
Joining us now is Kathy Jones, Charles Schwab, Bank of America's Aditya Bharve joining us too. Bob Michael alongside us. Kathy, I want to come to you first of all. This was called the recalibration phase. They moved 50 in September. They followed that up with 25, went again with 25, and now it feels like they've stopped. I don't know if this is a prolonged pause or a skip. I wonder how you would characterize this current holding pattern. What would you call it?
I'd say it's a prolonged pause. We do still have penciled in one, maybe two rate cuts by the end of the year, but that proposition is less than 50-50 at this stage of the game. So, yeah, I think they're on pause, and they have to try to assess the impact of all the risks that were talked about at the last meeting. You know, if you read the minutes of the last meeting, you see they did discuss things like immigration, trade policy, regulation, fiscal policy. So you know that that's front and center, and there's not much the Fed can do until they have some information about how that's going to play out. So we think they're on hold at least through the first half of the year, and then it's really a wait and see game to see how these various policies work out.
I love this because we're going to be talking to people all day long, including all of us, about how this is important to pay attention to, but it's going to be incredibly boring. Kathy, you talk about how in the news conference, some of the political questions might end up being the biggest fireworks. What in particular are you curious about having answered?
Well, I don't think that Powell will take the bait, but I do think that there's going to be press to talk about how the president has talked about demanding interest rate cuts, how the Treasury Secretary has talked about having a shadow Fed. He'll probably be asked about the relationship now between the Fed and the administration. Again, I don't think he's going to give us anything particularly noteworthy on that, but it will be interesting to see, you know, if you have a drinking game, how often does Trump's name come up? You know, how drunk will people be by the end of that press conference? So,
my guess is that in about 20 minutes' time, we'll be pretty drunk. Basically halfway through the press conference.
But why wouldn't we expect the president to be on social media live at that time? He's going to sit there at 2 o'clock and watch no rate cut. Then at 2:30, he's going to hear a complete dismissal by the Fed of all the policies he's talking about that we just ignore them. Nobody thinks he's going to be on social media commenting.
We all think he will be at some point.
I mean, we brought this up, and it's like the when of it. That's all it is.
I think real time during the press conference, he will be out there.
I don't disagree.
commenting.
I don't think it's a snooze fest, and it starts at 1600 Pennsylvania
This will
Avenue.
be electric at 2:30.
We're all looking for the commentary from the lead
selling the
strategist
show.
at the White House and his view on the Federal Reserve. Let's get Aditya Bharve's view on the Federal Reserve. Aditya, coming into this meeting, we just heard from Mohammed Al-Erin. He said this week this could be a pause through to summer. You see it potentially for a whole lot longer. Where'd you get the confidence that there won't be any cuts potentially in 25?
So it's a few things, right? The labor market has stabilized from our perspective, and it's stabilized around full employment. If you look at a variety of labor market indicators, you look at where they are now versus what the Fed knew in September, basically everything has stayed flat, and some variables have actually improved. So that's good news for the Fed. Meanwhile, inflation has kind of gotten stuck. We think the trend is around 2.5, and we think that's where we'll be after we get the helpful base effects in the first quarter. But that path from 2.5 to 2% from our perspective is going to be difficult because underlying activity is just really strong. So if you put all of that together, we don't see the Fed really needing to cut. And I think the one thing that's being ignored right now is the news article that we got yesterday published by Nick Tameros. So we know that he is a prominent Fed watcher. He has a history of forecasting Fed surprises, particularly around the blackout period. And he talks about how the Fed is concerned about inflation expectations. So perhaps they are spooked by the UMich data that we saw. And that's just another reason for them to stay on pause.
You said that that it's likely that the Fed will maintain full optionality for the March meeting.
Yep.
And then you talk about why they could potentially cut rates. Does full optionality mean the potential to hike rates? Is that going to be something that he could potentially even introduce, not necessarily in March, but later this year, as this idea of their concern with respect to inflation stickiness?
We're some ways away from that. I agree with Mohammed, what he said earlier, that is one of the key risks, and that is what could really cause another spike in vol in markets. But I think we're some ways away from that. So we kind of roughly laid out a couple criteria for the Fed to hike. One of them would be that the core PCE gets back to 3%, which again is a difficult path when you're down to 2.5 after March. So 3% on the core PCE, and not just because of tariffs, right? So if it's because of tariffs, sure, you could get there, but you assume it doesn't have long-term implications. So 3% with an unanchoring of inflation expectations, that gets you a lot more concerned, and that could be enough for the Fed to hike again.
Kathy Jones, Adichie is known for Bank of America, talks about an optionality to March. What's the options, the optionality that Chairman Powell has in his press conference?
Yeah, I think the options he has is to signal that there would be a rate cut if the data proved to be consistent with that. I think he would have the option also to signal that the Fed believes it's done and that it may be thinking about hiking rates down the road. I don't think, though, that decision will be made either way in March. We do think the Fed stays on hold through the first half of the year because all of these policies that are potentially inflationary also potentially slow growth. So they've got to really parse the mix of how this is going to go. And so leaving all options open for the next couple of meetings seems like the prudent way to go at this stage of the game.
Bob, you're trying to make this sound scintillating. And I will tell you, we missed the most scintillating part of the whole conversation, quantitative tightening. Could they make a decision and actually stop shrinking their balance sheet? And could that actually have some effect that would not be necessarily like watching paint dry?
It would be nice if they said something about it. We doubt they will. You're going to have to live with the Bank of Canada stop quantitative tightening today. So that's all we're going to get there.
That's the fireworks?
You're trying to make this happen, aren't you?
Well, you know, honestly, Bank of Canada was fascinating. They cut rates, and then they also talked about how they have no forward guidance because tariffs could potentially really slow growth. This was a real statement.
You mentioned GM earlier on this morning, and I'm pleased you did. General Motors came out earlier this week with decent numbers, decent outlook, and hardly anyone had any confidence in that outlook because that outlook is so dependent on what may or may not happen at the White House with trade this weekend and maybe beyond.
Yeah, and why wouldn't Fed Chair Jay Powell come out and say, how can we have any guidance whatsoever, given the fact that there is a great deal of uncertainty, and we'll be monitoring that, but we don't have forward guidance at a time where nobody has forward guidance except for maybe one person in the Oval Office.
How much confidence can you have in forward guidance at this point?
Well, we don't really like our central bank to say that they're rudderless. I think they'll stick to the data as they see it. We already know from the last meeting that they're paying some attention to what could come down the road.
Some are.
The question, well, yeah, that's enough. The questions to be asked are, how are they modeling that? And with the Fed funds rate at 4 3/8, do they still categorize that as meaningfully restrictive?
I think you'll get that question in about 31 minutes' time.
I think you'll get a lot of questions, but I think that would be a really interesting one. How do you model some of these policies at a time where some are looking at tariffs, some are looking at inflation, and some are looking at the open Fed chair seat?
Some assume, some speculate, and some guess, and some have got some real ambition about their career on the FOMC.
Takes a village.
Yeah, that's for sure. Special thanks to Kathy and to Adichie as well. That Fed decision is about 25 seconds away. The scores going into it look a little something like this. On the S&P 500, still down by 0.5%. On the NASDAQ 100, down by 0.56%. Check out the bond market. Here's the whole curve for you. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year. Yields up just a touch, up a basis point or two. On a 10-year, 454.86. On a 2-year, 421.76, up 2 basis points. And finally, just to round it out, your 30-year, 478.87. With the Fed decision, here's Mike McKee.
Nothing burger from the Fed, no change in rates, no change in balance sheet policy, and only small changes in the economic assessment. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace, the first sentence says, a carryover from December. Then a significantly shortened summary, quote, the unemployment rate has stabilized at a low level in recent months, and labor market conditions remain solid. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. Recognizing recognizing reality, the Fed did remove a reference to the, quote, inflation has made progress towards the committee's 2% objective, if you want to read a future policy clue perhaps into the statement. But that's it. The rest of the statement, other than the committee maintaining the target range at 4.25% to 4.5%, is unchanged. The central bankers say again that, quote, considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. As they've said before, risks to the inflation and employment goals are roughly in balance. The committee continues QT, reducing the balance sheet at current levels, and does not mention any endpoint. And while 4 new members joined the rotation this year, Collins, Goolsbee, Musalam, and Schmid, the decision was unanimous. The rather anodyne statement puts the focus on Chair Jay Powell, who will be speaking to us in about half an hour. Other than acknowledging inflation hasn't made progress, there isn't much in here that will lead you to speculate on what they'll do next.
Mike, just stay right there. Just want to share the price action with you, then follow up with the question on the labour market. So equities have backed off just a touch, not a whole lot, but just a little bit more. We're down 0.6% on the S&P. Yields have kicked higher as well by a couple of extra basis points, at the front end by 5, on a 10-year now up by 4. The line on the labour market, Mike, it feels like they've buried the scare of the summer, and that they're now satisfied, almost comfortable, that unemployment can stabilise at these levels. And Mike, I'd wonder what you'd say about that.
At this point, it doesn't look like they're thinking that the labor market is going to rapidly decompose. There are some signs that things are getting a little bit slower. We're not seeing people get jobs as fast as they did before. But right now, unemployment is still low, and it moved down in the last month. So as long as that's the case, they're going to call it solid and not particularly worry about it. A real deterioration might lead them to cut, but they're not seeing that now.
Mike, looking forward to your questions in that news conference that kicks off in about 27 minutes' time. Bram, I don't know about you, but that jumped out for me. What led to this recalibration phase, if there was any urgency, was off the back of the labour market data. That really set up that Jackson Hole speech for Chairman Powell, and it feels like they've put that to the back burner in the past.
Yeah, talking about labor market remaining solid and that unemployment has stabilized. You pair that with the other headline, which I think is important, which is removing the reference to inflation making progress toward the goal. You put those two things together on the margins, a bit hawkish, which is the reason why you're seeing the reaction in markets that you are.
A holding pattern, for now at least. Joining us, some of the best. The former Fed Vice Chair, Richard Clarida, alongside us, Bob Michael of JP Morgan. Rich, great to see you, as always, sir. Yeah. Your thoughts on this decision?
Well, as expected, you know, the chair wanted to buy some time in December. He accomplished that. As I think you indicated before, probably the interesting part of this will be the press conference, and to maybe count the number of questions that don't involve the president or politicization. But I think the decision was well understood, and I think justifiable given the data that you mentioned on the labor market and inflation.
What question, Rich, and I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Please do.
What would you ask, not related to Donald Trump, that you think he would actually answer in a press conference?
I'd like to get a sense from them on what it would take for them to start thinking seriously about doing a rate hike. You know, he's gotten a question along those lines at prior press conferences, and he's more or less said, that's not on the radar now, we're not thinking about that. Give him a chance to answer it again.
October 10, 1971.
I remember it well.
You remember that well.
Yeah.
Nixon and Arthur Burns, and we had the Nixon tapes, so we know what happened.
Yeah.
There was a lot of political pressure on Chairman Burns at the time. In what way will Mr. Trump express his displeasure, and how should the Fed respond?
Well, I think the president will have opinions, as he's indicated, on policy. He'll share those. It's not going to have any effect on the decisions. You know, I was there for round one on that. And, you know, Jay Powell is not Arthur Burns.
Bob?
Yeah, you know, I took away the same thing that the market took away. Where was the dovish bias in this? And I think that's what the market was looking for. And they took out the labor market conditions had generally eased and put in solid. This does not sound like a Fed that's looking for the next opportunity to cut rates.
I think appropriate given the data flow. Remember, the SARM rule had been triggered in September. It's now we've had good employment reports. Progress on inflation, which looked very encouraging in October, we've had several challenging months. And so I think this changes make sense.
Well, we talked about 71. Does this remind you of 95 when they only cut 75 basis points and everything was fine? And then they came back and hiked 25.
Well, and of course, in 2019 as well, the Powell Fed did 75 basis points, and I think would have stayed there but for the pandemic. So,
well, it's fascinating to see these headlines that largely were expected, but on the margins, a bit of a hawkish tilt, which is the reason why you're seeing a commensurate move in markets with yields marginally higher and stocks marginally selling off. I do wonder, though, Bob, you said earlier the idea that you don't want a rudderless central bank. How is this anything other than a rudderless central bank that's looking at the data in real time and susceptible to any shift?
They've acknowledged that they've done a good job. They've brought the economy to a reasonable soft landing. I think one of the questions that we have to hear Powell answer is, do they still view this level of rates as meaningfully restrictive? I don't think it is anymore. I don't think you can look at this data and call it meaningfully restrictive.
One of the joys of Columbia economics is a gentleman with a bright sport coat, Xavier Sully Martin. He's expert on growth economics, international economics. There's a certitude here of tariffs. I don't buy it for a moment. I think there's huge ambiguity. Could our big surprise be a growth slowdown from any form, any magnitude of tariffs?
Oh, I think so. I think the scenario, I'm not hoping for, but what we saw in 2019 was the trade policy uncertainty was a headwind to the economy. Growth slowed, inflation fell, not only in the U.S., but globally. So you could see a scenario where in the end we don't get a lot of tariffs. We don't actually get a lot of immigration, or at least relative to some of the concerns, but there's a lot of uncertainty about what the resolution is, and that can be a headwind to the economy. In theory, I'm not predicting it, but that's a scenario.
The run rate here on the economy, to me, is the key attribute right now. When you go back to Kasman and Feroli at J.P. Morgan, how do we get out to June? I mean, you got to view first half, second half like anyone appropriately should. But to me, there's this massive ambiguity slotting in April, May. How do you handle that?
Well, I think you have to look at what hiring looks like. And the quits rate has moderated quite a bit. You see employers out there hiring again. You also hear from our research analysts that businesses are investing more in CapEx. So it feels as though businesses have certainly absorbed the higher rates. It's also starting to feel like consumers have absorbed the higher rate regime. I think housing will be critical there. We'll see how housing does in the spring, but our expectation is it actually picks up from here.
Some aggressive pushback from Neil Datta of Renmark, who writes in and says the following: hawkish and complacent. Goes on to say the press statement makes clear that the dominating risk is a passive tightening of monetary policy. The Fed is remarkably complacent. I don't agree with their economic outlook. Housing is a mess. Wage growth is slowing. Core inflation is likely to ease in the months ahead as rental disinflation comes more into focus. Why do you disagree with that?
Well, I don't really disagree with any of that. All he's talking about is the economy continuing to glide to a soft landing. We've got inflation. We'll get core PCE in the next few days. That year over year is 2.8%. You could take the 3 and the 6 month, it's at 2.3, but it's not 2%. And Rich talked about tariffs in 2019. That was a much lower inflation regime. We were sub 2%. Yeah. Now we're over 2%. So I think the Fed would like to keep rates here until they see inflation actually down at 2%.
Let me put something on the table. We could get some good news on inflation for 3 or 4 months. The year-over-year comps will actually be favorable to those calculations. We could be looking in April at inflation running in the low 2s, and then the question will be, why aren't you cutting? So again, 3 and 4 months of data can change sentiment and potentially the Fed's outlook pretty notably, I think.
You both asked great questions, or gave journalists good questions to ask. You were asking what would it take to hike rates, put that back on the table. And Bob, you asked, are rates meaningfully restrictive because you don't think that the evidence points to them being so. Rich, would you agree that based on the economic data, it is hard to say that rates are meaningfully restrictive despite what you're seeing in the housing market and despite the normalizing that you can see in some pockets as potentially weakness?
Well, certainly rates are less restrictive than they were. I judge that they still are restrictive. What I would say, however, is part of the reason financial conditions appear pretty supportive is markets continue to price in rate cuts. In a scenario where the Fed probably says, we are really done, financial conditions won't look as accommodative as they do now. So part of the financial conditions story is continued cutting, and as Bob said, the soft landing. And you could have a Powell Fed saying, we want the soft landing, but no more rate cuts. That would change financial conditions.
I'm going to say something that might be somewhat unpopular around this table. I would sense, and I think a lot of people watching might feel the same and listening too, that this is convenient framing to insulate themselves from political criticism. That back in December, Chairman Powell made such a hash of it in the news conference and invited criticism about whether they were anticipating policy changes and whether it was the incoming Trump administration that changed their stance. And now they get to put out a statement that says, no, this is about elevated inflation and a solid labor market. How much has changed in the last 5-6 weeks? Has that much changed in the last 5-6 weeks? Why didn't they make this argument back in December? Is this about policy or is it about the data?
Well, maybe we will find out in the press conference when someone asks Fed Chair Jay Powell just that. I will say it seems like it's going to be an increasingly politically delicate situation for Jay Powell. I'm curious to see whether he just answers. I'm saying.
This is one way of insulating the committee from that criticism. You can just point to the statement and say it's about inflation, it's about the data, and we're not talking about policy.
Well, and at some levels, some of the members probably feel that way. The question is who, right? Are there people who are factoring certain things into their views? I will say that the flipping and the flopping, there should be at some point an anatomy of what happened in all of this time to really understand exactly what the deliberative process is at the Federal Reserve.
Rich can tell us what he really thinks in a commercial break that starts in about an hour's time after that news conference is finished. Do you want to share it now?
Well, as I said, they made the judgment in September. The labor market was softening. The Somm rule had been triggered. They had good inflation numbers. I actually think it's no more complex than it is data dependent. And in particular, they were disappointed that there was not more progress in inflation. You are completely right, Lisa, that the comments on is there a placeholder, is the staff forecasting, what do people factor in? We now know from the minutes that, in fact, the placeholder was in the staff forecast and in many of the participants. And so, that's another consideration as well. I'm sure he'll be asked that.
If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. Equities declining by 0.8%. This was meant to be a non-event, turning out to be somewhat of an event. Rates unchanged, but with a hawkish bias in the statement. Bond yields are a little bit higher off the back of it as well. If you check out the 2-year, 10-year, and 30-year going into this decision and the release of the statement, yields were higher by a couple of basis points, now up by 5 on a 10-year to 4.58. Diane Swank of KPMG joins us now for more. Diane, welcome to the program. Your early reaction to that statement, please.
Well, it is a little bit hawkish, and I do think it's well expected. I agree with Rich that this is in response to the data. We got a better employment report than expected at the end of the year. That is factored into the statement with the solid. We've also seen that inflation, the path down is much slower than the path up, and the last mile has looked a little sticky. I also agree with Rich, though, that we could get some very good inflation data in the first 3 months of the year, January, February, and March, and that will be interesting because not only is it the year-on-year comps, but they're changing the seasonal adjustment to the personal consumption expenditure index, which the Fed targets. That's important. What the Fed can't do is they can't front-run policy. There are policies that people fear are inflationary: tariffs, mass deportations, and tax cuts. On the flip side, there's policies they see as disinflationary: deregulation and cuts in government spending. And until we know the sequence of policy, the magnitude of policy, the Fed can't front run that, even though they're doing simulations on it. And the magnitude is different today than it was in 2018 or 2019. I think the other important issue is that the embers of inflation are still burning. This is not a situation where they've already defeated inflation. So it makes sense, again, behind the data. I think they'd like to be more forecast-oriented in their policy setting, but I don't know how they can be, because one, we don't know the sequence of those policies, and two, it's important that the U.S. economy has humbled the Fed more than once.
Jason, Diane, you stopped me cold today with the Jason Furman chart going back to the 30s, the analog back to Smoot-Hawley as well. And there's a lot of other noise going on as well. But the answer is the unspoken here is disinflation, and not the fear of outright deflation, but just the slowing of the economy, which gets you, frankly, to a Bob Michael lower yield environment. Discuss the analog you have back to the 30s and tariffs as you showed in the Furman chart today.
Well, you know, Jason had put that out there a long time ago. It was really important was that we had a major tax hike in the form of tariffs, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930, after we were into the Great Depression, which tipped off a trade war with 25 countries and a 67% collapse in global trade. And that was important because it added insult to injury and pushed us further into the depths of the Great Depression globally and helped to sow the seeds of World War II. So that was very important. It was already in the context of an environment where disinflation and deflation was occurring. That is not the case today, and that's why, you know, but we don't know. There's still a lot of uncertainty, as Rich pointed out, about which policies happen first, you know, which is more weakening, which is more inflationary, or what is the one thing we've not talked about, what's stagflationary out there. That is a possibility, and I think that's important too, and the Fed is looking at this saying, listen, we're looking at the data. We got the data in the last 5 weeks. We've gotten data that justify that statement, and that's it. Richard, full stop, wait and see.
I want to bring you into this because there is a question around scenario analysis and how this Federal Reserve is going to analyze the ramifications of tariffs at a time that otherwise is somewhat inflationary. What would you say to that? Do you have a sense of what that scenario analysis looks like?
Well, they're probably looking at more than one, and they have to factor in retaliation, no retaliation. They have to factor in how much does the dollar adjust. They have to factor in how much do U.S. companies piggyback off the tariff for domestic companies to hike. So if I were there, I'd probably say they might be looking at 4 or 5 different scenarios, and then in the end, you sort of put a weight on them to give you your forecast. I don't think they're at that. My sense is they're probably not at that point yet in terms of detailed probabilities on each, but they're starting to go down that road, I think.
The Fed is in the best position it's been for 20 years. Think of it this way. If something goes wrong with policy, either rates are too restrictive for too long or something comes out of the administration that causes the downside and unemployment goes up a lot, they can cut rates a couple hundred basis points from here. They've got plenty of room to do that. If the other happens, and actually there's a reacceleration in growth. We're in too much of a pro-growth mode, the golden age of America, and inflation starts to tick up. They can hike rates 100 basis points or so. It's been a long time since the Fed has had that capability to react in either direction.
Dan Swank, I want to give you the final word just on that conversation. Bob Michael says it's the best position this Fed's been in 20 years. Do you agree?
No. That's an easy answer, but this is a very hard situation for the Fed because they can't be preemptive, they can't forecast it, because they've got to wait for policy and react to it, and then they've got to figure out the one scenario that's not in there is a stagflationary scenario, which I don't think we get to unless we have a really big policy mistake until 26, 27, and one would hope that we'd see a course correction before then. But that is one of the scenarios you have to put into this equation. And that other issue on the expectation of inflation, both in terms of consumers expecting it now with a muscle memory that they didn't have before, the willingness to buy ahead of tariffs. Once they see tariffs out there, that is a different situation than we had in the 2010s. And the fact that companies have already raised prices through this cycle where we didn't have that in the 2010s. No one even thought of raising prices except for the things that were tariffed, which were passed on or bought with them, like dryers with washing machines. So I think we really have to look at this as a very different scenario, and to me it doesn't feel like the easiest place at all for the Fed. It's one of the harder positions for the Federal Reserve to be in.
Dan, I think that's probably the difference between economists and market participants right now, explaining that one. Dan Swank there of KPMG. Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank is an economist, and Matt Lazzetti joins us now for more. Matt, you came out last year, one of the first to do so, and said no rate cuts in 2025. Do you think this statement today, this afternoon, sets us up for that?
Well, I think the statement moves in that direction. It's a mark-to-market of the data that we've seen since the December FOMC meeting, and I think it acknowledges that the Fed is feeling a bit better about the labor market, the downside risks that they were worried about there last year. They're not completely gone, but they've diminished, and that we've seen kind of a lack of progress on inflation over the past several months. But the reality, and as part of this discussion, we're going to see big changes in data flow over Q1 and over the coming quarters, and we have a lot of policy risks that are out there, especially from the Trump administration. So while it does lean in that direction, reduces the probability of near-term rate cuts, I think the Fed will have to see how these policies shake out to really know how policy is going to adjust over the course of the year.
This is wonderful. The Fed decides. Matt Lozzetti, Bob Michael, and Professor Clarida. Professor, I'm going to go to you on this.
Yes, sir.
This afternoon, maybe more important than the economics, is Microsoft and Facebook with a combined $110 billion of free cash flow in the last 24 months. We have a part of America absolutely booming, technology, productivity, you know the drill. And we got another part of the country, as Craig Torres writes about for Bloomberg, flat on their back. How does Powell handle that with this new president, this bipolar America?
Well, I think it's been an emerging fact of life in the U.S. economy for decades. The numbers I like to look at are, 2/3 of Americans own their own home. That means a third don't. More than half of Americans own stocks. I mean, the other half don't. So if you own your house, you have stocks, you've had a really good run. If you don't, it seems like a very, very tough time. And so the Fed can only really impact aggregate employment and output, and so I don't think there's a lot the Fed can do about it, but it creates a challenge in terms of navigating sentiment, for sure.
Well, Matt, just to go to you on this, we were talking about whether the Fed is in a really good position, as Bob Michael was saying, or whether, as Diane Swank said, a really uncomfortable position because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of what their effect, to Rich's point, is on the overall economy versus markets and how much they really are potentially facing off risks that they can't counter. Do you think that the risks are skewed higher to them missing an inflationary boom and not getting ahead of it, or to allowing the economy to deteriorate more rapidly by not cutting rates sooner?
Yeah, look, I think that they're well positioned at the moment. They did their 100 basis point recalibration. I think that was the appropriate step to take over the past year. At the same time, growth is strong, the labor market's resilient, and there's really no need for them to cut rates further from here. So I do think that they are well positioned. I would agree with Bob that it's a good place to be in because they have a lot of scope to cut rates if they need to. They can also re-hike rates if they have to at some point, although that will be, I think, highly disruptive to markets. At the same time, the policy risks that they're facing from tariffs and immigration and fiscal policies are immense here. And so I think specifically for today, probably March and maybe even a little bit further, it makes sense for them to take a step back. There's no real need to take a policy action in either direction at this point in time, and to see how those uncertainties kind of get resolved over the coming months. The only thing that I would also mention, as we look ahead, even if inflation comes down to, call it 2.25% or so, what is the reason to be cutting rates if the labor market is strong and growth is resilient and financial conditions are easy? So that's part of our view for why we see the Fed on hold this year.
Matt, for people who aren't familiar with your complete outlook for 25 and beyond, can you just share with us your view for real GDP, for unemployment, and your working assumptions around policy from the Trump administration and how they influence or not your outlook?
Yeah, so for this year, we expect a continuation of sturdy growth. We have 2.5% real GDP growth for this year, basically a continuation of what we are likely to have seen in 2024. The labor market, we expect to retighten just a modest amount from here to 3.9 or 4% on the unemployment rate by the end of the year. That looked optimistic a few months ago, but I think it's much more in line with the data. And we also expect that core PC inflation remains at 2.5% or above this year, which is also what the Fed anticipates. Now, we do have tariff effects built in there. Tariffs add 0.2% to our core PC inflation forecast this year, but we don't have a universal baseline tariff, and we don't have 25% tariffs on Canada or Mexico built in. We're going to learn a bit more of that over the course of this weekend, and those are upside risks to our inflation forecast.
That's just how much the outlook could change after the weekend. Matt, appreciate it, sir. Matt Lozzetti there of Deutsche Bank, going into this news conference with Chairman Powell. Again, if you are just joining us on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio, the decision coming from the Federal Reserve just 24 minutes ago. Rates unchanged, but in the statement, most economists and most strategists look at that statement and assume there's a bit of a hawkish tilt, a hawkish bias in that relative to what that statement looked like last time around. So off the back of that, equities lower, near session lows on the S&P were down by 0.8%. Similar move on the NASDAQ. In the bond market, Lisa, yields are up about 2 basis points going into this decision. Coming out the other side, we're up about 5.
So not a massive move. Still, people taking note that this is a labor market that is, quote, solid, not necessarily weakening to some sort of degree, and that inflation risks still are present, that there's not as much progress made. In the press conference, I really am actually curious about the 2 questions we heard from our panel. I think that they are very important questions. Number one, what would it take to hike rates at a time where potentially you could end up with that really disrupting markets? And then, are rates meaningfully restrictive at a time when the economy is really doing quite well?
Bob, do you think they are meaningfully restrictive?
I think they're slightly restrictive, and that's why inflation will continue to come down. But meaningfully, no chance.
Are they all on the same page? Is there a dissent there that's non-recorded in a Greenspan-like way?
Well, we'll find out in 5 years when the transcripts come out.
Good. Can't wait.
My sense is that there probably is, a very wide range of views right now on the committee, probably more about the scenarios than the current position. I don't think anybody was secretly wanting to do anything today other than hold. But I do think of a committee with different backgrounds and perspectives, and I think as they start to drill down, as Lisa said, on specific scenarios as opposed to placeholders, it could be a very lively set of internal discussions.
This goes back to the Ben Steele essay today in Barron's. I mean, the scenarios, as you mentioned to begin with, the data dependency is everything.
Tom, why can't you find out in the next couple of weeks? Invite them on. Ask them these questions. Ask them if they model.
I had Krugman on it, okay, and he was heated about the dynamics of tariffs and the ambiguity, the uncertainty that's out there in the dynamics of tariffs. We don't have, what are we going to do with a 25% tariff on, name a country, John?
Canada.
Canada. And Gura talked to Christian Friedland, right? What does that mean at Columbia with a piece of chalk in your hand? To see that, 25%?
Well, yes, you would notice it. I think the challenge for markets, I really have this sense that part of the financial conditions story right now is that the more outrageous is the headline number, the least likely it is to actually stay in place for very long. I think most people think of this tariffs as being more of a bargaining chip than a battering ram. But again, uncertainty, you can, but I think that's my take on it right now.
Is there an economic drag, Bob, from the policy uncertainty? Is that something that you already can take into account?
It doesn't feel like it. It feels like there's no obstacle to accessing capital. We see businesses out there acquiring capital and doing things with it. You just look at the size of the private credit market. We've gone an hour. We haven't mentioned that. There you go. It's closing in on $2 trillion. There is an underlying vibrancy to the economy, which I think will surface over the next couple quarters.
One of the confidence aspects that people keep coming back to is that markets act as the ultimate check on this president, on the ultimate check of this Fed, because they're looking at a lot of the data, and an ultimate check on exactly what is permissible and what isn't. How much, Rich, do you think that, frankly, the Fed is comforted by the strength and the resilience in equity markets and with the bond market where it is to basically give no guidance and outsource?
Well, I do think the interplay between financial conditions and policy is an important one, and I'm sympathetic with where you are right now. I do think that to the extent that you do view the S&P as being a check on bad policy or the bond market vigilantes being a check on irresponsible fiscal policy, that's a plus if you're at the Fed versus a minus, I think.
One of the biggest economies has got to rebuild over the next several months and maybe the next several years, and in the last 60 minutes we've hardly talked about it. California, Los Angeles. I think that's going to be a piece of this news conference through the next hour, the rebuild effort we need to see in the southeast of this country. Hurricane hit towards the end of last year.
North Carolina as well, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in the west of this country, on the west coast in California, in Los Angeles County. That's a lot of rebuilding that needs to be done. And I'd love to hear from them today how much disruption they expect, and distortion to the economic data that we're going to get in the next several months, and the inflationary impact that we could see off the back of that rebuild effort as well over the next few quarters.
Essentially, when people have to rebuild and they have to hire and they have to spend a lot, that can on the backside end up to some sort of boom that can be distorted as well. well. This goes to the point of how do you take data seriously, but maybe not literally every single time.
Then you've got the policy changes expected on top of all of that as well. I think for them, they get a free pass today. No forecast. March 19th gets harder. Mohammed said it earlier. When they have to produce the forecast, that's where things get trickier for this Federal Reserve and for the news conference with Chairman Powell.
You know, every time we say he wants to make no news, and every time he manages to make some news. So let's see what happens when he answers some of the questions, the very good questions that we got from both Bob and Rich.
A special thanks to Richard Clarida and to Bob Michael as well. You can see the scene if you're watching this on Bloomberg TV. Any moment now, Chairman Powell is going to walk through that door. That news conference will begin in about 10 seconds' time. Going into it, equity prices look like this on the S&P 500 near session lows. We're down by 0.9% on the S&P. Bond yields creeping higher across the curve on a 2-year, 10-year and 30-year. Just a little bit more hawkish than we expected, Lisa, in that statement.
At a time when they had at one point been concerned about a labor market that was supposedly weakening, now evidently it is solid. That is not the concern. Inflation on the margins, still a preeminent concern. How does he dovetail that in terms of what could tie the difference between possibly a cut or a hike?
The first news conference of 2025. Here's the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong, is strong overall, and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions have cooled from their formerly overheated state and remain solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer-run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. For 2024 as a whole, GDP looks to have risen above 2%, bolstered by resilient consumer spending. Investment in equipment and intangibles appears to have slowed in the fourth quarter, but was strong for the year overall. Following weakness in the middle of last year, activity in the housing sector seems to have stabilized. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains averaged 170,000 per month over the past 3 months. Following earlier increases, the unemployment rate has stabilized since the middle of last year, and at 4.1% in December remains low. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in December, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks on both sides of our mandate. Over the course of our 3 previous meetings, we lowered our policy rate by a full percentage point from its peak. That recalibration of our policy stance was appropriate in light of the progress on inflation and the rebalancing in the labor market. With our policy stance significantly less restrictive than it had been and the economy remaining strong, we do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. We know that reducing policy restraint too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're not on any preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. As we previously announced, our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework is taking place this year. At this meeting, the committee began its discussions by reviewing the context and outcomes of our previous review that concluded in 2020, as well as the experiences of other central banks in conducting reviews. Our review will again include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. Throughout this process, we will be open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. I would note that the committee's 2% longer-run inflation goal will be retained and will not be a focus of the review. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-run inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Leisman from CNBC. Mr. Chairman, at a event in Davos, or to Davos anyway, the president said he'll demand that interest rates drop immediately. So I guess I have a 3-part question. Has the president done this to you? Has he made that demand? Secondly, what is your response to that? And third, what effect, if anything, if any, does a president making these kind of remarks have on policy? Thank you.
3 questions. I'm seeing it really as one question, though. So I'm not going to have any response or comment whatsoever on what the president said. It's not appropriate for me to do so. The public should be confident that we will continue to do our work as we always have, focusing on using our tools to achieve our goals and really keeping our heads down and doing our work, and that's how we best serve the public.
Can you just comment on whether he's physically communicated this demand to you?
I've had no contact. Thanks.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you and several of your colleagues said around the time of the last meeting that your policy stance was meaningfully restrictive. Given economic and financial market developments since then, how has your confidence changed in an assessment that says interest rates are meaningfully restrictive?
I don't think that my assessment really has changed. I mean, a couple of things have happened. We've gotten more strong data, but we've also seen rates move up at the long end, which could represent a tightening in financial conditions. I think if we look back over the past year or so, we can see that policy is restrictive. If you look at the effect of high rates on interest-sensitive spending, for example, in housing, and if you look at the achievement of our goal variables, we're seeing the economy move toward 2% inflation and has moved largely to maximum employment. So we literally look at the movement toward the goal variables to make that assessment. Now, policy is meaningfully less restrictive than it was before we began to cut. It's 100 basis points less restrictive, and for that reason, we're going to be focusing on seeing real progress on inflation, or alternatively some weakness in the labor market before we consider making adjustments.
If I could follow up, does the economy here warrant meaningfully restrictive interest rates? And would you judge interest rates to still be meaningfully restrictive if you were to lower them by another quarter point?
So I think our policy stance is very well calibrated, as I mentioned, to balance the achievement of our two goals. We want policy to be restrictive enough to continue to foster further progress toward a 2% inflation goal. At the same time, we don't need to see further weakening in the labor market to achieve that goal, and that's kind of what we've been getting. The labor market has really been broadly stable. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable now for 6 months. Conditions seem to be broadly in balance. And I'd say you look at the last couple of inflation readings and you see we don't overreact to two good readings or two bad readings, but nonetheless, the last couple of readings have suggested more positive readings. So I think policy is well positioned.
Colby from the New York Times.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. Chair Powell, how should we interpret the removal of the line from the statement that inflation has made progress towards the 2% goal? Is that no longer the case?
No. So let me look. If you just look at the first paragraph, we did a little bit of language cleanup there. We took out a reference to since earlier in the year as it related to the labor market. And we just chose to shorten that sentence. Again, I mean, if you look at the sort of intermeeting data, it was good, and there was another inflation reading, I guess, just before the December meeting. So we've got two good readings in a row that are consistent with 2% inflation. Again, we're not going to overinterpret two good or two bad readings, but this was not meant to send a signal. Other than this, you can take away from all of this that we remain committed to achieving our 2% inflation goal sustainably.
And just to follow up, we've seen inflation expectations across a number of measures rise sharply, which has in part been linked to tariff concerns. But there's also been this encouraging data that you mentioned in terms of CPI and rent indices. So how would you characterize concerns about upside risks to inflation across the committee, especially those tied to policies related to the Trump administration?
Well, I'd say you see expectations moving up a little bit at the short end, but not at the longer end, where it really matters. And those could be related to what you mentioned, some of the new policies. I think where the committee is very much in the mode of waiting to see what policies are enacted. We don't know what will happen with tariffs, with immigration, with fiscal policy, and with regulatory policy. We're only just beginning to see, actually are not really beginning to see much. And I think we need to let those policies be articulated before we can even begin to make a plausible assessment of what their implications for the economy will be. So we're going to be watching carefully, and as we always do. This is no different than any other set of policy changes at the beginning of an administration. We'll patiently watch and understand, and kind of not be in a hurry to get to a place of understanding what our policy response should be until we see how it plays out.
Michael McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. You and your colleagues normally condition future policy moves with the phrase, if the economy develops as we anticipate. Is it fair to say that since there's a lot unknown about what this administration's fiscal policies are actually going to be, that you don't have a medium to long-term economic forecast that you can have confidence in? Or if that's not true, can you lay out what you think is going to happen in the economy, how you see it developing?
Well, at all times, forecasts are conditional at a minimum on just a set of expectations, and they're highly uncertain in both directions. We know that economic forecasting is really difficult beyond just a month or two out. So in the current situation, there's probably some elevated uncertainty because of significant policy shifts in those four areas that I mentioned: tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy. So there's probably some additional uncertainty, but that should be passing. We should go through that, and then we'll be back to the regular amount of uncertainty. So, what forecasters are doing, not just us, but everybody's doing, is they've got sort of just a set of assumptions about what might happen, but they're really kind of in the nature of a placeholder. And meaning, plausible, could be, but honestly, you wouldn't stand behind it because you just don't know. And so you're just on hold waiting to see what comes down. It's a very large economy, and policies affected at the margin, but we're going to wait and see.
If I can follow up, the idea that you feel that policy is restrictive suggests that the Fed in general wants to continue to lower interest rates. So when you look at the data that you are dependent on, are you looking for data that tell you that you can cut, or data that will tell you you should hold?
We're looking. It's more the other. The way it works is we are looking at the data to guide us in what we should do, and that's what we do. And right now, we feel like we're in a very good place. Policy is well positioned. The economy is in quite a good place, actually, as well. And what we do expect is to see further progress on inflation. And as I mentioned, as we see that, or if we were to see weakening in the labor market, that could foster. We could then be in a position of making further adjustments. But right now, we don't see that, and we see things as in a really good place for policy and for the economy. And so we feel like we don't need to be in a hurry to make any adjustments.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you very much. In 2021 at a central bank conference, you said, quote, throughout my career in both public and private sectors, I've seen that the best and most successful organizations are often the ones that have a strong and persistent commitment to diversity and inclusion. These organizations consistently attract the best talent by investing in and retaining a world-class workforce. First question is, do you still believe that? And if so, how do you intend to put that belief into practice while remaining consistent with the recent executive order prohibiting diversity and inclusion efforts?
So let me say yes, in answer to your first question. But to the second question, I want to say this. We are, like others, we're reviewing the orders and the associated details as they're made available. And as has been our practice over many administrations, we are working to align our policies with the executive orders as appropriate and consistent with applicable law. And I want to add that I'm not going to have anything more specific for you today on this whole set of issues.
Well, if I could just follow up quickly on that, I'm wondering how you're getting that to be consistent with the Dodd-Frank law's stipulations about maintaining an Office of Minority and Women's Inclusion.
So I did mention consistent with applicable law, right?
Which is governing.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up on Steve's question, what reassurance can you give the American public that the Fed will continue to operate independent of politics under this administration?
As I've said countless times over the years, this is who we are. This is what we do. We study the data. We analyze how it will affect the outlook and the balance of risks, and we use our tools to try to, given our best understanding, our best thinking, try to achieve our goals. That's what we do. That's always what we do. Don't look for us to do anything else. And that's, lots of research shows that's the best way for a central bank to operate. That'll give us the best possible chance to achieve these goals for the benefit of the American people. That's always what we're going to do, and people should have confidence in that, as I said a few minutes ago.
You've said that the Fed is in wait-and-see mode based on the policies that come out of this administration. Has the Fed started to model what policies like mass deportations, changes in immigration policy specifically, would look like for the workforce and for inflation?
So one of the things our staff does is they look at a range of possible outcomes, and they tend to go from really good to really bad, and it's one of the best things that they do. And in each teal book, you can look at the 5-year-old teal books and see there are alternative simulations. So that's what they do. There'll be a baseline, and then they'll show 6 or 7 alternative scenarios, including really good ones and not so good ones. And what those do is they spark, the policymakers to sort of think and understand about the uncertainties that surround this. So yes, the staff does that, and we're all well aware that that the range of possibilities is always broad, and not just now but always. And it's hard to be open to just how broad the possibilities are for an economy. No one saw the pandemic coming, and it changed everything. So things happen, and but yes, we do that. But it's different. It's one thing to do that to make assessments about what might happen and begin to think about what you might do in that case. But you don't act until you see much more than we see now.
Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News. You know, last month you talked about a future rate cut as being pretty, you know, significantly predicated on more progress in inflation. With the characterization of the labor market in the statement today, would you say that that's even more so the case now?
I'd say it's the same. You know, we want to see, you know, further progress on inflation. And, you know, the story's there. We're just going to have to see the data. At the end of the day, it comes down to 12-month inflation because that takes out the seasonality issues that may exist. And, you know, we're just going to need to see that. We think we see the pathway for that to happen. One example, a key example, is that you now do see owner's equivalent rent and you know, housing services, the way it's calculated for PCE. You see that coming down pretty steadily now, and that's the place where most of the remaining gap is. In addition, a big part of the overrun, as you will know, was from non-market services, which don't tend to send much signal. So you can look through all that and think, okay, that then we seem to be set up for further progress. But being seemed to set up for it is one thing, having it is another. So we're going to want to see further progress on inflation. Remember, we're not, you know, we're under 2%, but our goal is 2%, and we do mean to get back sustainably to 2%.
And in terms of the labor market, I mean, how is that broadly, you know, you said a broad set of indicators show that it's in pretty solid place. Was there broad agreement on that? There's been a few underlying indicators that are showing perhaps some weakness, a low hiring rate, you know, workers reporting that it's increasingly difficult to find a job. Is that of concern to the committee?
So you're right. I mean, we look at, of course, a very broad range. And so it starts with unemployment, with the unemployment rate, employment, participation, wages, job quits, are people quitting, that kind of thing. The ratio of vacancies to unemployed. We look at all those things, and you put your finger though on it's a low hiring environment. So if you have a job, it's all good. But if you have to find a job, the job finding rate, the hiring rates have come down, and that's more typical of a. You know, let's say that the unemployment, that the labor market is at a sustainable level. It's not overheated anymore. We don't think we need it to cool off anymore. We do watch it extremely carefully. It's one of our 2 goal variables. But yeah, I'd say we watch those things quite carefully. But nonetheless, overall, look at the aggregate data in the labor market. The labor market does seem to be pretty stable and broadly in balance when you've got an unemployment rate that has been pretty stable now for a full half a year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. On employment, now you said there's a broad range of possibilities, but last September you said, quote, "We understand that there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise. Now that the flow of the border has slowed and we're seeing deportations, how do you expect the unemployment rate to react?"
You know, so what's happening is that the flows across the border have decreased very significantly, and there's every reason to expect that to continue. And so creation has come down a bit too. So you know, if those 2 things come down together, that sort of can be a reason for the unemployment rate to stabilize. In other words, the break-even rate, as population growth slows, the break-even rate that you need in new jobs to make jobs for workers declines as well. So that seems to be something about what's happening. You do see a very flat unemployment rate at a time when you've seen significant declines.
I want to ask you about Fed employment. I know that tax money is not used here, but Elon Musk alleges that the Fed is, quote, absurdly overstaffed. We've seen the executive branch push to reduce the federal workforce. I just want to get your reaction.
You know, we run a very careful budget process. We're fully aware that you know, we owe that to the public, and we believe we do that. And I've got no further comment than that. Thanks.
Chris.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. President Trump has said he will lower inflation by reducing gas and energy costs. Do you see such costs as a particular driver of inflation, and would lowering them have a dramatic effect?
Chris, I'm not going to react or discuss anything that any elected politician might say. So I'll give you a mulligan.
Okay, thank you. Well, nearly 2 weeks ago, the Fed said it was withdrawing from the network for greening the financial system, even as we have significant wildfires in Los Angeles doing billions of dollars in damage. And of course, the NGFS, as you know, is a group to talk about how the financial system could address climate change. Many commentators did see the timing as political. Why did you leave that organization? Can you explain that decision?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So we considered this, really at length, and we did decide to withdraw from the NGFS. And really the reason is that the work that the NGFS does has broadened very significantly. You think about nature-related risks and biodiversity and things like that. In addition, the work of the NGFS is in significant part intended to, and this is a quote, mobilize mainstream finance to support the transition toward a sustainable economy. So we joined to get the benefit of understanding what other central banks were doing and seeing research and things like that. I think this is just way beyond any plausible mandate that you could attribute to the Fed. And so we have a quite narrow role, as I've said many times, and I think that the activities of the NGFS are not a good fit for the Fed, given our current mandate and authority. So, and I just think it was time to acknowledge that. This process dates back a couple of years. I made the decision to bring this to the board, some months ago. The process just took time to get here, and this is when we got it and voted on it. So, and I'm aware of how it can look, but it was really not driven by politics. It was driven by kind of the disconnect between the work of the NGFS and our mandate. Other central banks have different mandates and belong to the NGFS. We have no criticism of them, but it just isn't. It's not right for the Fed.
Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I'm wondering if you could talk more about what further progress would look like for consumers.
Well, 2% inflation down to 2% sustainably is what we're trying to achieve. We're somewhat above that, as you know, and we want to see serial readings that suggest that we're making further progress on inflation. That's what we want to see, and consumers will pick that up, of course, in the things that they buy at the grocery store or at the store.
The other thing I wanted to ask was just how far away you think you are from neutral.
Yeah, you can't know with any precision, of course. As I like to say, that you know the neutral rate by its works. So I think at 4.3%, we're above pretty much everyone on the committee's estimates of the longer run neutral. I think our eyes are telling us that our policy is having the effects on the economy. That's really the question we ask. You can consult models, empirical models, theoretical models. You really have to just look out the window and see how your policy rate is affecting the economy. And I think we see that it's having meaningful effects in bringing inflation under control. It has helped bring the labor market into balance as well. So that's what we think. I would say we're meaningfully above it. I have no illusion that anyone knows precisely how much that is. But not knowing that and having cut 100 basis points means that it's appropriate that we not be in a hurry to make further adjustments.
Victoria.
Victoria Guido with Politico. So as a general matter, when it comes to executive orders and OMB memos, do those always apply to the Fed, sometimes never, or do you just often voluntarily comply? What is the legality there?
So it's been our practice, as I mentioned, to work to align our policies to those that are mentioned in the executive orders, and I'm just going to leave it at that. As I mentioned, I'm not going to go any deeper than that or get into any deeper into this set of issues today.
Claire.
Claire Jones from the Financial Times. Two questions, if I may, on tariffs.
Well, first of all, we've seen global trade wars before, notably in 2019, last time around, but then we were in a very different place on both inflation and growth. If we see tariffs of the same sort of magnitude that we got then, which I know is big if, what do you think might be different this time around? And secondly, Tiff Macklem said there was no doubt that the threat of tariffs was a big driver of the cut by the Bank of Canada today. What sort of information would the Fed need to see on tariffs before it was willing to take such a preemptive move? Thank you.
Sorry.
What sort of information would you need to see on tariffs? Would you need to see a strategy, actual implementation, actual movement of inflation expectations before you're actually willing to change the path of monetary policy on the basis of it?
Yeah, so first of all, things are a little different now. We've just come through a high inflation period, and you can argue that both ways. You can say that companies have figured out that they do like to raise prices, but we also hear a lot from companies these days that consumers have really had it with price increases, and so I don't know how that shakes out. Nonetheless, you're coming through a situation where we're not quite back to 2%, and that's just different. In addition, the kind of footprint of trade has changed a lot as trade is now spread around. It's not as concentrated in China as it was. There was a lot more manufacturing. It moved to Mexico and other places. So there are differences, and I just think the range of possibilities is very, very wide. We just don't know, and I don't want to start speculating, as tempting as it is, because we really don't know. And we didn't know, by the way, in 2018. We didn't really know. And, the range of possibilities very, very wide. We don't know what's going to be tariffed. We don't know for how long or how much, what countries. We don't know about retaliation. We don't know how it's going to transmit through the economy to consumers. That really does remain to be seen. There are lots of places where that price increase from the tariff can show up between the manufacturer and the consumer. Just so many variables. So we're just going to have to wait and see. And the best we can do is what we've done, which is study up on this and look at historical experience, read the literature, and think about the factors that might matter. And then we'll just have to see how it goes.
Thank you. Courtney Brown from Axios. Two unrelated questions. The first is whether or not there was any discussion about QT and the timeline for ending QT at this meeting. And then the second question is just, I wonder if the AI-prompted sell-off in the stock market this week signaled anything to you about the state of financial conditions?
So, let's talk about runoff. So the most recent data do suggest that reserves are still abundant. Reserves remain roughly as high as they were when runoff began, and the federal funds rate has been very steady within the target range. We track a bunch of metrics, and they do tend to point to reserves being abundant. We do intend to reduce the size of our balance sheet to a level that's consistent with implementing monetary policy efficiently and effectively in our ample reserves regime. We're closely monitoring a range of indicators to assess conditions, and that should provide signals whether reserves are approaching a level that could be judged as, quote, somewhat above ample. I don't have anything to say to you about particular dates. It's just that's the process, and what we see is that rates do appear to be abundant. As always, we stand ready to take appropriate action to support the smooth transition of monetary policy, including to adjust the details of our approach for reducing the size of the balance sheet in light of economic and financial developments. On AI, it's a big event in the stock market and in particular parts of the stock market. I mean, what really matters for us is macro developments, and that means substantial changes in financial conditions that are persistent for a period of time. So I wouldn't put that label on these events, although, of course, we're all watching it with interest.
Simon.
Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. Thank you. You mentioned in your remarks that activity in the housing sector seems to have stabilized. At the same time, since your first rate cut in September, long-term mortgage rates have gone up by a full percentage point back above 7%. I'm wondering, kind of looking forward, are you confident that activity will remain stable given how elevated mortgage rates are? How does it fit into your broader thinking about the economy?
So, as you know, as we've reduced our policy rate 100 basis points, longer rates have gone up, not because of expectations, not principally because of expectations about our policy or about inflation. It's more a term premium story. So, and it's long rates that matter for housing. So, I don't think I think these higher rates are going to they're probably hold back housing activity to some extent if they're persistent. We'll have to see how long they persist. So, we control an overnight rate. Generally, it propagates through the whole family of asset prices, including interest rates. But in this particular case, it's all happened at a time when, for reasons unrelated to our policy, longer rates have moved up.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You said you want to see further progress on inflation. Given that households appear to be unhappy with the elevated level of prices, do you believe the committee should wait until inflation has fallen back to target to cut rates again?
No, I wouldn't say that. We've never said we need to be all the way at target to reduce rates. At any time, what we're doing is we're looking at the economy and asking whether our policy stance is the right one to achieve maximum employment and price stability. So I think if we would want to see further progress, but we think our, as I mentioned, we think that our policy stance is restrictive, meaningfully restrictive, not highly restrictive, but meaningfully restrictive. And so I would think we need to see further progress. I wouldn't say all the way back down to 2% on a sustainable basis, although we'd love to see that, of course, and we will.
And a separate question for you on tariffs. Curious whether the threat of tariffs and not knowing whether they could stick or not creates uncertainty for business here in the United States and could cause them to pull back, ultimately weighing on growth. Does the threat of tariffs cause you to ponder your growth forecast?
I want to avoid commenting even indirectly on the conduct of tariffs. It's not our job, and it's not our job to comment on the moves that people make. So I wouldn't want to criticize anything that's happening or really comment on it one way or another, praise it for that matter. It's just not our job. I do think that, we found in 2018 there was a lot of work done on trade policy uncertainty. Trade policy uncertainty, if it's large and persistent, can start to matter for businesses making investment decisions and things like that. That's not something I'm observing today. It's very early days for this, but I think that did matter in 2018-19, and it's one of many things we'll be watching.
Matt.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Matt Egan from CNN. Following up on Courtney's question from earlier about the stock market, how concerned are you, if at all, about potential asset bubble brewing in financial markets? How do relatively high market valuations factor into considerations about potentially lowering interest rates further? Is that something that's in the back of your mind?
So we look at, from a financial stability perspective, at asset prices generally, along with things like leverage in the household sector, leverage in the banking system, funding risk for banks and things like that. But it's just one of the four things asset prices are. And yeah, I'd say they're elevated by many metrics right now. A good part of that, of course, is this thing around tech and AI. But we look at that. But, we look at how resilient the households and businesses and the financial sector are to those things. So we look at that mainly from a financial stability perspective, and we think that there's a lot of resilience out there. Banks have high capital, and households are actually overall, not all households, but in the aggregate, households are in pretty good shape financially these days. So that's how we think about that. We look at overall financial conditions, and you can't just take equity prices. You've got to look at rates too, and that represents a tightening in conditions with higher rates. So overall, financial conditions are probably still somewhat accommodative, but it's a mixed bag.
Hi, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. One question for you. This month's statement notes that unemployment is stabilized at a low rate and that the labor market is solid. You walked through some of what's driving this, but I wonder what risks you see that might challenge your assessment.
Well, the things we discussed earlier, one is that there's a low hiring rate. And so that if there were to be a spike in layoffs, if companies were to start to reduce headcount, you would see unemployment go up pretty quickly because the hiring rate is quite low. So that's one thing we look at. I think it's worth pointing out that for lower income households, they're under significant pressure. And in the aggregate, the numbers are good, but we know that people at the lower end of the income spectrum are struggling with costs. And really, it's high inflation for the basics of life. It's not so much the inflation now, it's the price level. Because inflation has raised prices. Inflation is now much closer to target, but people are really feeling that. But, overall, this is a good labor market. You're at 4.1% unemployment. That's just a really good level, and you've been solidly there now for 6-7 months. And job creation is pretty close to a level that will hold the unemployment rate there, given that there'll be much slower population growth.
One more question. Some of the uncertainty around immigration policy is, in your assessment, is that making it harder for businesses and the Fed to plan going forward?
We hear anecdotal reports, but I don't see it. There's nothing in the data yet on that. But you hear that kind of thing about construction, for example, and businesses that are dependent on immigrant labor are saying that it's suddenly gotten harder to get people. But you don't see that in the aggregate data yet. But yes, you hear it anecdotally.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Nicholas Jasinski from Barron's. The uncertainty is certainly a theme today, and I'm wondering, are there any periods from your career or as it relates to markets, the economy, what's going on here in Washington and beyond, or from lessons from history that may provide some guidance for a central banker operating in uncertain times like today?
I guess I'd say this. Uncertainty is with us all the time. It is human nature, apparently, to underestimate how fat the tails are in a way. The possibility. We think of things in a normal distribution, and in the economy, it's not a normal distribution. The tails are very fat, meaning things can happen way out of your expectations. It's never not that way. I wouldn't, if you think about it, think about the first few months of the pandemic. That was uncertainty. Are we going to be able to reopen the economy? If so, when? How much of it? How long will it take? That was uncertainty. What we have now is a good labor market. We have the economy growing at 2 to 2.5%. Inflation's come down to now the headline inflation number was 2.6, and that's what the public experiences. We look at core because it's a better indicator of future inflation. So yes, the price level went up a lot for inflation, and people are feeling that, and they're not wrong. But so the kind of uncertainty we have is just a usual level of uncertainty about the economy, but then policies which are not for us to criticize or praise, really. Those are policies which people have been elected to implement. They're implementing them with a view to making a better economy. And so I wouldn't call this out as one of those times. I wouldn't compare it to the global financial crisis or anything like that, given that we have actually a very good economy right now.
Evan Reiser with Market News International. Chair Powell, is a March cut still on the table? And then additionally, are you looking to see better than expected data on inflation to cut? Or are you looking for inflation data that roughly aligns with current forecasts?
So as I mentioned, the economy's strong, the labor market's solid, downside risks to the labor market appear to have abated, and we think disinflation continues on a slow and sometimes bumpy path. That tells me, and the other members of the committee, the broad sense of the committee actually is that we don't need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. Your second question was?
whether or not you need to see better than expected inflation data or just inflation data that roughly aligns with your current forecasts?
You know, it's one of those things we'll know it when we see it, but more the expectation is that we will make continued progress. And, you know, that's what we want. We'll know it when we see it. It's going to have to be something that isn't just idiosyncratic. You're going to want to see, you know, continued progress with housing services inflation. You're going to want to see inflation behaving in a way that builds confidence that we are really making progress. That's what it's going to be. And I mean, is that better than our expectations? We expect to see that. It's just a question of when.
Hi, Chair Powell. Scott Horsley from NPR. In your 5-year review, you said the 2% inflation target won't be on the table. Can you talk a little bit about why? Is that because you think that's the right target, or is it because you don't want to move the goalpost mid-game, or what's behind that?
I think that goal has served us well over a long period of time. It's also the sort of global standard. I think that if a central bank wanted to look at changing that, you wouldn't do it at a time when you're not meeting it anyway. I would not look at changing it anyway, but I certainly wouldn't look at it at a time when you're not meeting it. I mean, there's just no interest at all in changing it. If I'm being at all unclear, we're not going to change the inflation goal anytime soon.
And 5 years ago, if I can paraphrase what y'all decided, it was you're going to not raise interest rates preemptively to head off inflation until you see sort of the whites of the eyes of inflation, because the solid labor market was so beneficial. Have the last few years changed your thinking about that?
So what we really said was that we wouldn't look at a strong labor market and raise rates unless we saw some evidence of inflation. So the thought was that we'd seen really low levels of of unemployment with no sign of inflation. So why would you preemptively want to put people out of work in the absence of any kind of any evidence that suggested that this was not a sustainable level? It was a way of acknowledging how much humility we have about the starred variables, especially U-star, the natural rate of unemployment. So that was an insight. We'll discuss that again. That'll be one of the many things that we discuss. But I don't think that insight is wrong. We didn't, you know, we said what we said was that, you know, at times when inflation persistently undershot 2%, we would likely allow inflation to run moderately above 2% for some time. That's what we said. That turned out not to be relevant to what actually happened. There was nothing moderate about the overshoot. It was an exogenous event. It was the pandemic, and it happened. And, you know, our framework permitted us to act quite vigorously, and we did once we decided that that's what we should do. The framework had really nothing to do with the decision we looked at the inflation as transitory, and right up to the point where the data turned against that. And when the data turned against that in late 21, we changed our view and we raised rates a lot. And here we are at 4.1% unemployment and inflation way down. But the framework was more irrelevant than anything else. That part of it was irrelevant. The rest of the framework worked just fine as we used it, as it supported what we did to bring inflation down.
Go to Mark for the last question.
Hello, Chairman Powell. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. As you know, in the annual report from the Financial Stability Oversight Council, among the risks outlined is cryptocurrency. Could you talk about those risks now? And regarding individuals and households, perhaps distinct from the concern about the financial system, do you worry that speculation in this unregulated asset class could hurt their financial well-being, or do you think it has a place in a household's portfolio?
You know, so our role with Bitcoin really is to look at, with crypto, really is to look at the banks. And you know, we think it's, you know, banks are perfectly able to serve crypto customers as long as they understand and can manage the risks, and it's safe and soundness. A good number of our banks that we regulate and supervise do that. You know, the threshold has been a little higher for banks engaging in crypto activities, And that's because they're so new, and we don't want to make the mistake. If you're making a choice to conduct that activity inside a bank, which is inside the federal safety net with deposit insurance, then you want to be pretty sure that it's a safe and sound activity. So, we're not against innovation, and we certainly don't want to take actions that would cause banks to terminate customers who are perfectly legal just because of excess risk aversion, maybe related to regulation and supervision. So.
And with respect to households and their inclusion in the asset plans?
That's kind of it's not really our bailiwick. You want people to be knowledgeable about the financial engagements that they have, and that's why we have the securities laws that we have. It's why if you read a mutual fund prospectus or individual stock prospectus, you want households to have the chance to understand the risk that they're taking. And I do think it would be helpful if there were a greater regulatory apparatus around crypto, and I think that's something Congress was working on quite a lot. We've actually spent a lot of time with members of Congress working together with them on various things, and I think that would be a very constructive thing for Congress to do. Thank you.
These always go on maybe one or two questions too long, don't they? That wraps up the first news conference with Chairman Powell for 2025. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. A two-part story here. One part, the statement. The second part, the news conference. The statement pushed stocks down and bond yields a little bit higher. In the news conference, equities came off the lows and bond yields came off the highs. In the statement, the Federal Reserve repeated that inflation remains somewhat elevated, but removed this reference to this line of it having made any progress towards their 2% goal. So that sounded somewhat hawkish, didn't it? So ultimately, inevitably, the Federal Reserve Chair was asked about this, and this is what he had to say in a presser just moments ago.
If you just look at the first paragraph, we did a little bit of language cleanup there. We took out a reference to since earlier in the year as it related to the labor market, and we just chose to shorten that sentence. Again, I mean, if you look at the sort of intermeeting data, it was good, and there was another inflation reading, I guess, just before the December meeting. So we've got two good readings in a row that are consistent with 2% inflation. Again, we're not going to overinterpret too good or too bad readings, but this was not meant to send a signal other than this.
So, Lisa, we talked about it for the best part of 30 minutes. We thought it was a hawkish tilt. In the statement, the chairman came out and said that line was not meant to send any signal.
It was just language cleanup. If you look at the first sentence, when you take your Sharpie, you go like this, and then you go like this. I mean, look, this was someone who talked in circles quite a bit. It was sort of saying something, but what are these? These are words. We don't know anything. I don't want to start speculating because we really don't know.
Who's that?
And we can't really have any models. So he basically came out and did exactly what he wanted to do, which was say nothing.
On the labour market, downside risks to the labour market appear to have abated. This is a change from where they were maybe back in September. There was this labour market scare, TK, in the summer, which the Fed responded to with 100 basis points of cuts to insulate the economy from seeing any further weakness, something that the chairman said at Jackson Hole he didn't want to see, TK. And it feels like they're a lot more comfortable with the situation now.
I totally agree. We heard that from our guests in the previous pre-press conference, pre-statement as well. And it does get to, John, when do claims break out? The basic, stuff we cover each and every day. And it goes to get to March, the idea of how many meetings do we have? How many inflation reports do we have? How many jobs reports? I think the most amazing thing about this is you and I could focus here. I mean, we're 20 minutes in with Man City, 23 minutes in with Man City, and they haven't got it done versus Club Brugge.
Is it still 0-0?
This is just 0-0.
So you are actually watching it. I was joking about it. You're actually watching it.
No, it's important. There's, there's, 18, 19 Champions games going on? That's more exciting than the press conference.
Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research is not watching the European football right now. She is fixated on that news conference we all just heard in the last 60 minutes. Stephanie, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
What did you make of that?
He didn't say all that much, and then he did a little bit of reversal from the hawkish part of the statement. It was just January cleanup, like you just mentioned, and then some of the key things was meaningfully above long-term neutral, and then he made some conflicting statements about, yes, rates are above neutral, but then financial conditions are a little bit easy, so he kind of said a little bit of a lot.
That's exactly what I've been trying to wrap my head around. Meaningfully above neutral, but we can move slowly, and we don't have to move at all. We can just observe. We are looking at restrictive rates, but also accommodative conditions. Was this successful?
Yeah, I think he wanted to get in and out without moving markets all that much. And yeah, it was a bit of a ride, but that's kind of what he accomplished.
I want to note Meta and Microsoft leg up here as we get to those earnings as well. Somewhere in there was some Stephanie Roth language where he talked about a central limit, you know, a Gaussian curve, a bell curve, and that. My basic take is this is not a bell curve society. There's a log normal risk here. What's the risk for you, Stephanie Roth, in terms of the Fed parlor game forward? What's the thing they really need to focus on to stagger to March?
The most important thing that we're going to be watching for is what happens from a labor supply perspective, because there's going to be 3.5 million people potentially losing their visa status over the next 2 years, and that could tighten the labor market. And it could happen kind of slowly and gradually, and maybe we won't really realize it until the second half of this year, and then you realize, wow, the unemployment rate.
Will the president focus on the labor mandate, or will the president focus on inflation, or is he just going to focus on, I'm a real estate transactional guy, and I need low rates?
Probably the latter. But the other things are going to be important too, right? So if we have the immigration thing slowly happening in the background and we don't really notice it until the labor market's kind of quite a bit tight. So we just changed our Fed call. We were calling for previously for 2 cuts. Now we're calling for 1 in May. And then I think after that they're going to be done for a while. They're going to have to wait and see how things play out.
Just out of interest, why May?
We're gonna probably have some bad data for the next couple months from an inflation perspective. We still have the Q1 seasonal problems from inflation, so we're gonna have to get through that. And then in May, you can have some better data because you'll start to see a little bit of that inflation coming out.
Do you feel like there's clarity on meaningfully restrictive? I want to go back to that for 1 second. I'm still trying to wrap my head around
Not
this.
letting that go, are you?
Well,
I'm with you for what it's worth.
I kind of feel like it's important here because that was one of the key questions. That was what Bob Michael was talking about. And that is the question. How much do you have to reduce it? And then he kind of was like, oh, you know, we're above it, and maybe we'll reduce it. Oh, is it a problem, just going back to this Mohamed El-Arian point, is it a problem that this is a Fed that doesn't seem to have a clear message or a clear direction at a time when people view this as one of the biggest potential upsets to the market and to some of the stability that we're seeing in terms of the soft landing?
I mean, so the challenge is they don't have a firm view on policy, and they don't even seem to agree to some extent, nor do they want to come out and say it from a policy in terms of how they're assessing fiscal, right? So it's going to very much depend on inflation expectations. Are they anchored? And Powell mentioned the Teal book from September 2018, and I think that's exactly how they're going to look at it. If we see inflation expectations remain anchored, the Fed could wait for a while, and then next year we're probably going to see slower growth as a result, and that's when they might have an opportunity to cut again.
When you talk about inflation expectations in near term and long term, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the University of Michigan sentiment survey that is hugely politically affected? Are we talking about the Consumer Conference Board? Or are we talking about five-year forward break-evens, right? What is the gauge that is important to this Federal Reserve?
I would say probably UMich and probably inflation break-evens, the combination. Even though we all know UMich isn't that great of a measure, but we all seem to watch it anyway. I don't know why, but...
We watch it because they do.
That's fair.
Chairman Powell and this Federal Reserve responded to it. Do you remember that jumbo rate hike back in the day? You, Mitch, apparently.
Yeah, and it notoriously comes out with a reading, and then the final reading ends up getting revised back down from an inflation perspective.
Where are we in June? I mean, you mentioned March and May in the meetings, but within the conversation we've had with 4 or 5 worthies today, the question is what real GDP does out to June. I mean, you know, the facts change. Are the facts going to change, or are we going to continue with this growth economy helping part of America, not all of America?
We're probably going to be in this growth economy. The one thing from a sort of lower income perspective is these animal spirits may support the broad-based consumer. We might actually start to see good spending pick up, which could help kind of the bulk of the economy because they're getting ahead of tariffs.
Yeah, and John, I mean, I got Microsoft legging up here now where it was before the meeting. I mean, we're going into earnings in one part of America, John. They don't give a damn what Jerome Powell says. They're just looking at free cash flow at Microsoft and the rest.
I miss working with you on a daily basis for a whole host of reasons, but just then I had no idea if you were coming to me because Man City had scored, if they'd scored.
No,
coming to me on the news conference with Chairman Powell. I wasn't sure what to brace for.
Talia's in my ear saying, don't you dare. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Zagreb 1, AC Milan 0?
Is that
about?
true? Has that just happened?
Yeah, are you okay?
Okay. Well, I'm not okay now. Maybe put that up. Let's continue by talking about financial markets and central bank decisions. Lisa mentioned the Bank of Canada a little bit earlier. Luke Howard writes in and said, thank you, by the way.
Yeah, well, it's important. Luke, I got your back.
Tiff Macklem and the Bank of Canada, they did decide to reduce interest rates. They did decide to say, you know what, we can't offer guidance because of tariffs. Why is it any different for Chairman Powell and this Federal Reserve?
We have an economy that's running well above trend. We're going to see a GDP print that's close to 3% this week.
Right.
The economy's fine. There's no rush, and that's what he said. They're not in a hurry.
This is the single most important observation of the Fed decides today. America's totally different than what I witnessed in Toronto a number of months ago. We are separate in our exceptionalism, and it was in spades when I was up in Canada.
Is it just because of the strength of the economy, Tom, or do you think it's because
a tech overlay to
this
me.
is about the President of the United States and they're worried about what he's
It's a little bit, I'll go with that overlay, but it's most about Claire and his colleague, Ned Phelps, and our dynamism is tangible, again, with Microsoft kicking it off here with Meta in a bit.
Lisa, you feel the same way?
I guess the U.S. has a much more robust economy. It also is a central bank to the world in many different ways. It also is not being subject to a president. It is part of a country with a president. It is very different for, say, Canada, that is facing off with that. I was a little lost in thought there, and the reason why is because...
You're watching a football too?
I'm watching football too. No, I'm trying to wrap my head around whether it's appropriate for this Fed to be sort of directionless right now, or whether it's inappropriate. You know, I don't know whether it is appropriate because it is an uncertain time, and I don't know if it's inappropriate because they have to give some sort of sense of what the reaction function is and the scenario analysis, and they could have a more clear view. I don't have an answer on that.
Stephanie Roth, how ex post are they? That's all there is to it. To me, they're massively ex post waiting for data.
Yeah, I think that's been the case over the past couple of years, is they've been very much data point dependent, which they say they don't want to be, but they have been.
But they are.
They are, and they have been, and that's going to be the case for much of this year. They're going to react to see how fiscal policy ends up playing out. And they're in a wait-and-see mode, which is confusing for investors. But at least at this point, the economy's doing just fine. Inflation has settled down, so it's not really that big of a problem.
This felt like a clean-up for December. That's what it felt like to me, a clean-up for December. This isn't about policy changes. This isn't about expected policy changes. This is about our view on the labour market and inflation, and that's why we've not cut interest rates today. Back in December, Chairman Powell made a hash of that. And I think he made a hash of it, and I do have some sympathy that it was because of what happened with the forecasts and how some officials incorporated some policy uncertainty, TK, and ultimately they changed their inflation
You two are better at this than me, because I don't read
this was a clean-up for December.
Lisa reads the minutes, but when Colby, I think it was her follow-on question, and you played it there, when Colby Smith at the Times, he said some mumbo-jumbo about we cleaned up the language. What in God's name does that mean?
It's hard not to read that. It's hard not to read that. It's hard to read that and just walk away with this idea that, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, I take signal from that, whether he says there's no signal in it or not. I take signal from that change.
Which is the reason why the market hasn't given back the entirety of the move. You're right, though. Again, how do we interpret the fact that don't see what your eyes see, don't read what your eyes read? There is no meaning in words that are very deliberately crafted to give meaning and to really give some indication to the markets, which is the reason why I'm grappling with the idea of a rudderless market, a rudderless Fed, I should say, and whether that is okay and appropriate or whether it is potentially inappropriate at a time when a lot of people are worried about a potential Fed policy error.
Stephanie, it's good to see you, as always. Thanks for dropping by. Stephanie Roth there of Wolf Research. The Nasdaq just moments ago turning positive, slightly negative now on the S&P 500, erasing the losses of this afternoon. Mike McKee was in the news conference. He's back out now. He can share some of his thoughts with us. Mike, share with us how that went from your side, from your perspective in the room.
Well, I would disagree with you a little bit, John, and say that this wasn't probably an effort to send some sort of signal or even necessarily a cleanup as such. I think the Fed is sort of at sea. They don't know what is going to happen, and since the economy is performing well, unemployment is low, inflation is not going back up, it has stalled out a little bit, they feel they can wait. They don't need to do anything else at this point. I asked him specifically whether they had a forecast they could rely on, and he said no. He was also meeting, and he said it's a live meeting, but we don't have any idea. We're going to look to the data, et cetera. So I think right now what you've got is a Fed that's just trying to stay out of the way as long as they can. And they can as long as the data continue to show the economy's doing okay.
Mike, do you expect that in March it's going to be a more complicated staying out of the way at a time where you have to reflect a number of views that might not be in the same vein as Jay Powell? That seemed to be what the problem was in December, reflecting that some members did think about what policies could be going forward.
Well, I think it'll probably be more confusing, but how confusing will depend on the president and what is happening. If he has imposed tariffs, if those tariffs invite retaliation, how long the tariffs will last, how high the tariffs will be, will probably present different economic models to the various voters on the Open Market Committee, and there may be some disagreement. I suppose they'll come together on whether they need to cut rates or not to overcome some of the issues that would raise. But they're going to have to wait and see exactly what this does. Now, by March, you probably won't have much of an economic effect. So they will have to game out what they think will happen from whatever tariff announcements come out.
As the defender of chief of that great institution behind you, Mike, I had no doubt you disagree with me. Michael McKee there, everybody on the Federal Reserve. Mike, thank you. If they're trying to stay out of the way this time, it's because they got in the way back in December. And I think a lot of people would take that perspective as well.
This was trying to walk back the idea of talking about speculation around policies. It seems as there is a divide. And there's a curious question around whether this is something Bill Dudley raised. They're going to start to go toward the staff assumption and really reflect the staff economic forecasts and not necessarily disparate Fed members. It might clear the air a little bit in terms of having some of these awkward moments.
I go back to just what Stephanie Roth, I think, nailed it on the mandate. It's the job market. You know, guess what? Thursday claims matter. You can need a four-week moving average. Thursday claims, it hasn't broken yet. And until the job market breaks, and I feel bad about this because, again, off Craig Torres reporting, a good portion of America, the job market's already broken.
I checked.
So it's tough.
I can't believe it's actually 1-0, and they've got me all wound up about the football. Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock joins us now to talk about the markets and not the European football. Jeff, welcome to the program, sir. Lots of debate about what was intended and what wasn't intended in that statement throughout that news conference. What was your big takeaway this afternoon?
So a couple of takeaways, but I think the big takeaway is clearly a reiteration of the end of the December FOMC, signaling that this is a Fed that's not in a hurry to take any further actions. And so you kind of bookmark where we are. This is the pause. This is the articulation of the pause. And he outlined those reasons. And I think that's kind of overriding the main story. It's not a huge story because that was pretty much well in the market. You're not seeing a big market reaction. Second thing I would take away, Lisa, you highlighted it. You know, there's some contradictions here, and they were kind of highlighted in the press conference. We've had those contradictions for a while. You know, meaningfully restrictive, yet financial conditions are easy. Meaningfully restrictive, yet we're not in a hurry. And I agree with you, Lisa, and have said for a while, this failure to kind of take into account the role of financial conditions in the setting of policy, kind of like moving that more to the background, is a real issue here for the conduct of monetary policy, and it remains, and that kind of came up. And then the third point I'd kind of highlight, and John, this is where you just left off, is, you know, just how is the Fed going to manage through this environment of heightened policy uncertainty? And he kind of addressed it and then didn't want to address it because there's no real good answers for that, because the policy is being made and the outcomes are not known. So they're going to have to be reactive to that. There's no forecastability. There's a range of outcomes that he talked about. It's not elevated relative to COVID or GFC, so he got that question to kind of, you know, tamp down some of the concerns around it being elevated, but it's an elevated degree of uncertainty centered around policy uncertainty.
Jeff, I was musing over whether it was appropriate for a Federal Reserve to basically not have a clear message at a time where there are very clear economic conditions and potential policies down the pike. I'm going to ask you this in a slightly different way. As a market participant, does it introduce a greater degree of liability tied to Fed decisions, not having a good understanding of exactly how they are going to proceed given certain potential developments?
Yeah, it's what we call the reaction function, and we're very much focused on thinking a couple of steps ahead of how is the Fed going to react to data, how is the Fed going to react to uncertainty, because that's how we're going to price in the bond markets. You know, we moved a long way away from forecast dependency and a forecast-dependent Fed towards a data-dependent Fed, and now a policy-dependent Fed. And so that makes it a bit challenging, but again, kind of in the context of putting it in a historical context, not more challenging than it has been in the past. The Fed, you know, gives us some guidance. I think he reiterated that guidance here. You see it in the pricing. The disconnect between market expectations and the Fed rhetoric is actually the lowest it's been, and that kind of narrows the range of outcomes here. So there's a little bit, in some sense, less uncertainty around the disconnect between bond market pricing and what the Fed is signaling.
Hey, Jeff, the technology of America, you're hardwired with it with your heritage to Carnegie Mellon. We saw the technology bro line up at the inauguration front and center as well. How do you overlay this technology boom that we're in right now? I'm looking at the NASDAQ back 30 years. It's unreal. And the answer, Jeff, is how do you overlay this technology boom into your rate space and into what the Fed will do? It's a bolt-on which I just can't get a handle on.
Yeah, it's a great question. It came up a little bit in the press conference today as well. And so, you know, one way, and it's not the only way, because what we're talking about here and what we talk about, the mega forces of AI, you know, are so profound through so many parts of our economy. But a very simple way of thinking about it in the macro lens is the wealth creation that we've seen in terms of the equity market performance, the way in which that translates into financial conditions, into wealth effects, into confidence effects, and ultimately into consumption. I think it's a big reason for why the disconnect between looking at the degree of policy restrictiveness, meaningfully restrictive, takes the lens of what is the interest rate relative to inflation, how does that look historically, but it ignores the impact of the wealth effect that we're seeing in consumer confidence effects from that, which have a large element of the AI megatrends, the AI boom, the incredible expansion in profits and revenues that we're seeing flow through into people's feelings of wealth. And we know that consumers and consumption is very much driven by that aspect. And so I think that's been kind of an